Tonight, as the world grows quiet and the last sounds of day fade into memory, I want to share with you something precious. 15 ancient treasures that have traveled across centuries like lanterns passed from hand to hand through the darkness. These are not merely stories to help you sleep, though sleep will come gently and naturally like a leaf settling onto still water. These are teachings that have guided seekers for thousands of years, now offered to you in the intimate hours when the mind finally stops its restless running and becomes willing to listen. You need do nothing but rest here, letting your body sink deeper into comfort with each breath as I guide you through gardens of wisdom where monks once walked, beside rivers where enlightenment bloomed like lotus flowers in mud, into moments so simple and true they can dissolve the tangled thoughts that keep us from peace. Let us begin our journey in old Japan, in a time when Zen masters lived in mountain monasteries and travelers would journey for months just to sit in their presence for a single afternoon. There was once a professor, a scholar of great renown, whose head was filled with more knowledge than the imperial library contained books. He had studied every text on Zen Buddhism, could recite sutras in 3 languages, had written commentaries that other scholars praised, and his students hung on his every word as if they were drops of water in a desert. Yet despite all this learning, something essential eluded him, a piece he had read about but never touched, an understanding that lived beyond words on a page. This professor, whose name has been forgotten but whose lesson remains, heard of a Zen master named Nan-in who lived in a modest temple in the mountains. Master Nan-in was known for his simplicity, for the way he could express in a gesture what took others volumes to explain. The professor decided he must visit this master, perhaps to test him, perhaps to finally grasp what had slipped through the fingers of his intellect for so many years. The journey to the temple took 3 days of walking along narrow mountain paths where mist clung to ancient pines and waterfalls sang their endless songs to the stones below. With each step, the professor rehearsed the questions he would ask, the theories he would present, the arguments he had prepared. His mind was like a mill wheel, turning, never resting. When he finally arrived at the temple, he found it much smaller than he had imagined, just a few simple buildings with curved roofs, a garden of raked sand and carefully placed stones, and a sense of quietness so profound it seemed to have weight. A young monk greeted him and led him to a small room where Master Nan-in sat waiting, as still as one of the stones in the garden. The master was older than the professor had expected, his face creased with lines that spoke of countless smiles, countless hours of sitting in silence. He wore simple robes, and his eyes held something the professor could not quite name. Perhaps it was the quality of someone who had stopped seeking because they had found, or perhaps it was the deeper quality of someone who had realized there was nothing to find. Master Nan-in, the professor began, bowing with the appropriate formality, I have traveled far to learn about Zen from you. I have studied the ancient texts, contemplated the koans, practiced meditation, yet I feel I am missing something essential. I have come to ask you to teach me the true nature of Zen. The master smiled gently and gestured for the professor to sit. First, he said, his voice like water moving over smooth stones, let us have tea. Now, you might think this was simply hospitality, the polite custom of welcoming a guest. But in a Zen monastery, nothing is simply anything. Every action is teaching, every gesture is dharma. The professor sat, still humming with the anticipation of profound discussion, as Master Nan-in prepared the tea with movements so deliberate they seemed almost ceremonial. Each gesture was complete in itself, lifting the kettle, warming the cups, measuring the tea leaves with a small bamboo scoop. As they waited for the water to heat, the professor could not contain himself. Words began flowing from him like a river breaking through a dam. He spoke of the sutras he had studied, quoting from the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra. He discussed the various schools of Zen, comparing and contrasting Rinzai and Soto traditions. He mentioned the famous teachers he had studied under, the monasteries he had visited, the profound experiences he had read about in the writings of the ancients. Master Nan-in listened without interrupting, his face calm as a pond on a windless day, occasionally nodding, simply present with the professor's torrent of words. The water began to boil, and the master poured it over the tea leaves, the steam rising between them like morning mist in the mountains. I have practiced zazen, the professor continued, barely pausing for breath, and I have contemplated the koan of Mu for 3 years. I understand intellectually that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, yet somehow the understanding remains only intellectual. I have read that Bodhidharma sat facing a wall for 9 years, and I wonder if perhaps I should. All the while he spoke, Master Nanin continued preparing the tea with perfect attention, as if this were the only thing in the universe requiring his care. He lifted the professor's cup and began to pour the tea. The liquid amber in colour, fragrant with a delicate aroma that spoke of mountain gardens and careful cultivation. The professor continued talking, his words an endless stream of concepts and quotations, theories and questions, as the tea filled his cup. But Master Nanin did not stop pouring. The tea reached the rim of the cup, and still the master poured. The tea began to overflow, spilling onto the saucer, and still the master poured, his face serene, as if nothing unusual were happening. "Master, Master," the professor suddenly cried out, his monologue finally interrupted. "The cup is full, no more will go in, it's overflowing." Master Nanin stopped pouring and set down the teapot. He looked at the professor with eyes that were kind but penetrating, holding a teaching that was about to be offered like a gift, like a door suddenly opening in a wall the professor had been beating his head against for years. "Like this cup," the master said quietly, his words falling into the silence like stones into a deep well, "you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" In that moment, something shifted. The professor's mouth opened, then closed. All his carefully prepared questions seemed to evaporate like morning dew under the rising sun. He stared at the overflowing cup, at the tea pooling on the low table, and suddenly the metaphor bloomed in his understanding, not as an intellectual concept, but as a lived truth. He had come seeking to add more knowledge to what he already carried, to pour more into a cup that was already full to overflowing with concepts, ideas, theories, and second-hand wisdom. He had approached Zen the way he approached everything, as something to be grasped, understood, possessed, added to his collection of knowledge. But Zen is not something you can add to what you already have. It requires a fundamental emptying, a letting go, a release of the very thing he had spent his entire life accumulating. The professor sat in silence, really feeling it for the first time. The weight of all he carried, all the knowing that prevented true understanding, all the concepts that blocked direct experience. It was like he'd been trying to see the moon while staring at his finger pointing toward it, mistaking the finger for the destination. Master Nanin sat quietly, allowing the teaching to settle, the way you might allow tea leaves to settle to the bottom of a cup. There was no need for more words. The overflowing tea had said everything. Sometimes the most profound teachings are the simplest, requiring nothing more than hot water in a cup and the willingness to see. Slowly, the professor began to understand that his very fullness, his pride in his knowledge, his attachment to his scholarly identity, his need to understand and explain and categorize everything, was the barrier. The empty cup was not just a metaphor but an instruction. To receive Zen, to experience it directly, rather than merely reading about it, he would need to empty himself of all he thought he knew. This is one of the first teachings in Zen, what is called beginner's mind, or Shoshin. The Zen master Shunryu Suzuki once said, "In the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, but in the expert's there are few." The professor had come as an expert, and in being an expert, he had closed himself off from the very thing he sought. Think of it now, as you rest here in the darkness, your body growing heavier, more relaxed with each breath. What cups are you carrying that are already full? What do you bring to this moment that prevents you from simply being in this moment? Perhaps thoughts about tomorrow, replaying conversations from today, worries about things undone, plans and lists and concerns that fill your mind the way the professor's knowledge filled his. What if, like the professor, you could simply let the cup overflow, not trying to hold everything, not trying to keep everything contained and controlled, but allowing things to spill out, to flow away, to empty into the vastness of the night? The professor stayed at Master Nanin's temple for many months after that day. He learned to sit in meditation not to achieve anything but simply to sit. He learned to rake the garden not to make it perfect, but to be fully present with each stroke of the rake. He learned to serve tea not as a scholar studying a ritual, but as someone sharing a moment of simplicity with another human being. And gradually, as his cup emptied, something else filled it, not more knowledge, but direct experience. Not concepts about peace, but peace itself. Not ideas about enlightenment, but the simple recognition that this moment, exactly as it is enough. The story says that years later, the professor, though by then he no longer thought of himself as a professor, would tell new students about the day he travelled to meet Master Nan in. "I arrived full of myself," he would say with a gentle laugh, "and the Master's first teaching was to show me how foolish it is to try to pour anything into a cup that's already overflowing." That day, my real learning began, and it began with unlearning everything I thought I knew. As you settle deeper into rest now, feel how this teaching might apply to sleep itself. So often we approach sleep the way the professor approached Zen, trying to make it happen, filling our minds with techniques and worries about whether we're doing it right, carrying into bed all the fullness of the day. But sleep, like Zen, comes through emptying, not filling, through releasing, not grasping, through letting the cup overflow until it's empty enough to receive. Let your breath be like Master Nanin's patient, pouring steady, continuous, asking nothing, simply being. And let your thoughts be like that tea spilling over the rim, acknowledged, then released, flowing away into the darkness where they can no longer disturb you. The heaviness we carry into rest often comes from clinging to what we think we know, from holding tight to our identity, our worries, our endless mental commentary on everything. But you can set it down. You can empty your cup. You don't need to understand how to sleep, or even how to let go. You need only stop holding on quite so tightly. Master Nan taught with an overflowing cup of tea. Tonight, the teaching continues with your overflowing mind. Let it spill, let it empty. Like the professor, discover that your real journey begins not when you know everything, but when you become willing to know nothing, to rest in the beginner's mind where all possibilities exist, where sleep waits patiently like a kind teacher, ready to receive you the moment you finally empty your cup. As we leave the temple where Master Nan taught the scholar about emptiness, let us journey now to a place where water teaches what words cannot, a mountain forest where streams are born from snowmelt and gravity pulls everything downward toward the sea. The air here is different, thinner, carrying the scent of pine and that particular clarity that comes with altitude. You can almost feel it now, that coolness on your skin, as we settle into another teaching, another doorway into rest. This story comes from a different tradition, yet speaks the same truth in a different voice. It is a story about effort and effortlessness, about trying and allowing, about the difference between forcing and flowing. As your body sinks deeper into comfort, as your breathing finds its own natural rhythm without any help from you, you are already living this teaching. But let me tell it properly, the way it was told to me. High in the mountains, where clouds catch on rocky peaks like silk scarves on thorns, there lived a young waterfall. Now, you might wonder how a waterfall could be young, but this one was. It had only recently been born from the melting of winter snow, only recently discovered the joy and terror of falling through space, surrendering to gravity's pull, crashing onto rocks below in an endless cascade of white water and spray. This waterfall, unlike the ancient ones that had been falling for thousands of years, was troubled. You see, it had become aware of itself, conscious of its falling, and with that consciousness came doubt. It would watch the older waterfalls nearby. There was a grand one to the east that fell in 3 magnificent tiers, creating rainbows in its mist, and another to the west that fell straight as an arrow, powerful and pure. And our young waterfall began to wonder, am I falling correctly? Am I falling beautifully enough? Should I fall faster or slower? Should I create more mist or less? Every morning, as the first light touched the mountain peaks, the young waterfall would begin its anxious work. It would try to fall more gracefully, attempting to control the trajectory of every drop. It would tense its flow, trying to create the perfect cascade. It would watch itself falling, critiquing every splash, every spray of mist, comparing itself to the other waterfalls, finding itself lacking. I'm falling too chaotically, it would worry. My spray isn't even. That waterfall over there falls in such perfect sheets of white. Why can't I fall like that? And so it would try harder, tensing against its own nature, fighting its flow, attempting to force itself into some imagined ideal of how a waterfall should fall. The more it tried, the more turbulent it became. The more it forced, the more irregular its flow. What should have been effortless became exhausting. What should have been natural became studied and strained. At the base of this waterfall, worn smooth by countless years of water flowing over it, sat an old stone. This stone had been there so long, it had witnessed the birth of the mountain itself, had felt the grinding of glaciers, had been caressed by 10 million waterfalls before this young one had come into being. The stone was patient, as stones tend to be, and it listened to the waterfall's struggles with the deep understanding that comes from absolute stillness. For weeks, the stone said nothing, simply receiving the young waterfall's anxious cascade, feeling the vibration of water fighting against itself. But one evening, as the sun set and painted the mountains in shades of amber and rose, as the light grew soft and the daybirds fell silent, the stone finally spoke. "Little waterfall," the stone said, its voice like the grinding of tectonic plates, slow and deep and ancient. "Why do you make falling so difficult?" The waterfall splashed in surprise. "Difficult? I'm not making it difficult, I'm trying to do it correctly. I'm trying to fall beautifully, gracefully, perfectly. The other waterfalls make it look so easy, but for me, it's hard work. Every moment I must concentrate, must control my flow, must manage every drop." The stone was quiet for a moment, the way stones are, taking its time to shape words from the deep silence it lived in. "Tell me," it finally rumbled, "before you began trying to fall correctly, how did you fall?" The waterfall paused, confused. I don't remember. I just fell, I suppose." "Exactly," the stone said. "You just fell. And in that falling, were you not already perfect? Were you not already yourself?" "But," the waterfall protested, and you could hear the anxiety in its rushing, "if I don't try to control how I fall, what if I fall wrong? What if I'm not beautiful enough? What if I fail at being a waterfall?" The old stone, and you can almost see it now, smooth and dark, perpetually wet with spray, moss growing in its crevices like green contemplation, laughed. It was a sound like boulders settling, deep and genuine. "My dear young friend, listen to what you're saying. You are worried about failing at being yourself. You are afraid that if you simply allow yourself to be what you are, you might not be it correctly. Do you not see the absurdity?" The waterfall wanted to argue, but something in the stone's words touched a place deeper than words could reach. Still, the habit of striving was strong. "But shouldn't I try to improve? Shouldn't I aspire to be like that magnificent three-tiered waterfall?" "That waterfall is not trying to be magnificent," the stone replied. "It is simply being itself. It falls according to its nature, 3 tiers, because that is the shape of the cliff it flows over. If it tried to fall in one straight line like the Western waterfall, it would only create chaos and suffering for itself. And if you try to fall like either of them, you betray your own nature." The waterfall fell silent, or as silent as a waterfall can be, which is to say its inner commentary quieted even though its outer sound continued. In that quietness, something began to shift. "You see," the stone continued, its voice gentle now, like a grandfather explaining something simple to a worried grandchild, "the river above you doesn't try to flow. The gravity that pulls you doesn't try to pull. The air through which you fall doesn't try to receive you. Everything is simply being itself, following its nature without effort, without strain. This is what the ancient teachings call wu-wei action without action, doing without doing, being without trying to be." "But how?" the waterfall asked, and in that question was the question we all carry. How do I stop trying? How do I let go? How do I simply be? The stone settled deeper into its bed, worn smooth by the very asking of such questions over eons. "You cannot try to. Not try," it said. "That is still trying. You cannot effort your way into effortlessness. You can only recognize that you are already falling, already being, already exactly what you are meant to be in this moment. The trying is just an extra layer, like ice forming on my surface. In winter it seems solid and real, but it's not actually part of me. When spring comes, it melts away, and I am revealed as I always was. As the waterfall listened, something extraordinary began to happen. It became aware of the trying itself, aware of the tension, the control, the constant monitoring and adjusting. And in becoming aware of it, the trying began to loosen, the way your shoulders might drop right now as you read these words, the way your jaw might unclench, the way your breathing might deepen without you deliberately making it deepen. The waterfall realized that falling was happening regardless of its effort. Gravity was pulling, water was flowing, the cascade was occurring. All of its striving, all of its attempting to control and perfect, was like trying to help the sun rise by pushing it unnecessary, exhausting, and ultimately ineffective. You are already falling perfectly, the stone whispered. You have always been falling perfectly. Stop trying to fall and simply fall. And in that moment, the young waterfall let go, not through effort, but through recognition. It stopped monitoring itself, stopped comparing, stopped striving for some imagined ideal. It simply fell, allowing gravity to do what gravity does, allowing water to do what water does, allowing itself to be exactly what it was in each moment. And do you know what happened? The falling didn't change. The water still crashed on rocks, still created spray and mist, still made the same sounds it had always made. But everything was different. Where there had been struggle, there was now ease. Where there had been exhaustion, there was now boundless energy. Where there had been anxiety, there was now something the waterfall could only describe as joy. The falling that had felt like work now felt like play, like dancing, like the most natural thing in the world, which of course it was. The waterfall fell with the ease of clouds drifting, with the naturalness of your heart beating right now without you telling it how. You see, the stone said, satisfaction in its ancient voice. You were always falling beautifully. You were always being yourself perfectly. The only problem was the layer of trying that obscured your natural grace. This is the teaching the Buddha pointed to when he said, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. You were rejecting yourself, fighting yourself, in the name of becoming yourself. But you already are yourself. You need only stop the war. From that day forward, the young waterfall fell with effortless presence. When it encountered rocks, it flowed around them or over them without questioning whether it was flowing correctly. When the sun created rainbows in its mist, it didn't preen or become proud. When winter came and it froze into silence, it didn't panic that it had stopped being a waterfall. It simply was what it was in each season, each moment, without the exhausting overlay of self-judgment. Other waterfalls nearby began to notice something different about it. How do you fall so beautifully? They would ask. And the waterfall, now wise in its simplicity, would say what the stone had said. I am not trying to fall beautifully, I am simply falling. Now, as you rest here in the darkness of your room, feel how this teaching lives in your own body. Your heart is beating without you trying to make it beat. Your lungs are breathing without you forcing each breath. In fact, the more you try to control your breathing, the more awkward it becomes, the more it loses its natural rhythm. Your body knows how to rest, how to repair, how to let go into sleep. It has always known. The only thing preventing sleep from coming naturally is the trying, the effort, the monitoring. Am I doing this right? Am I relaxing correctly? Why am I still awake? Should I be breathing differently? These questions are like the young waterfall critiquing its cascade. They add a layer of struggle to what should be effortless. What if you could fall into sleep the way the waterfall learned to fall, not through trying, but through allowing, not through controlling, but through trusting the natural process that your body has known since before you were born. Sleep comes not through effort, but through release, not through doing, but through undoing, not through trying, but through allowing yourself to simply be. Feel the weight of your body now, surrendering to gravity just as water surrenders to gravity. You are not making yourself heavy. Heaviness is happening. You are not forcing yourself to relax. Relaxation is occurring wherever you stop resisting it. Like the waterfall, you are already falling. The only question is, will you fight it or flow with it? Let the old stone's wisdom settle into you. You are already being yourself perfectly. Your breath is already breathing itself perfectly. Your rest is already happening beneath the surface of your trying. Stop trying to fall and simply fall. Stop trying to sleep and simply allow yourself to be carried into sleep the way water is carried over the edge of the cliff. Trusting, surrendering, returning to the natural state that was always there, waiting beneath all your effort. The waterfall teaches us that effortless action Wu Wei is not about doing nothing, but about stopping the doing that adds suffering to what is already happening. You are falling towards sleep right now, this moment. Stop trying to fall correctly. Simply fall. Trust the falling. Surrender to what is already occurring. And like the waterfall, may you discover that you are always falling beautifully, always being yourself perfectly, always worthy of your own affection. The trying was just ice on the surface. Let it melt. Let yourself flow. Let yourself fall into the rest that has been waiting for you all along. Patient as an old stone, constant as gravity, natural as water returning to the sea. We have emptied our cups with Master Nan in, and we have learned to fall without trying from the young waterfall. Now, as your body grows heavier still, as the boundary between waking and sleeping becomes softer, more permeable, let us enter a different kind of teaching, one that comes not from a temple or a mountain stream, but from the mysterious country of dreams, where the rules of the waking world dissolve and new truths emerge. This story takes us to 18th century Japan, to the life of one of the most remarkable Zen masters who ever lived, a man named Hakuin Ekaku. Now, Hakuin was not like the serene, peaceful masters you might imagine when you think of Zen teachers. He was fierce, demanding, iconoclastic. He revitalized Zen Buddhism in Japan through his intensity, his brilliance, and his unflinching honesty about the spiritual path. But he was also deeply human, subject to doubts and fears like anyone else. And it is one of his own experiences that gives us tonight's teaching. Hakuin used to tell a story about a dream he had, though some say it was not a dream at all, but a teaching device, a way of pointing to something true without claiming it as literal experience. In Zen, the line between what is real and what is imagined often blurs intentionally, because the teaching matters more than the facts. So let me tell you the story as Hakuin told it, and you can decide for yourself what kind of truth it carries. One night, Hakuin found himself in a dream, walking through a forest he had never seen before. The trees were ancient, their trunks thick as houses, their branches creating a canopy so dense that only fragments of moonlight reached the forest floor. There was something both beautiful and unsettling about this place. The way the shadows moved, the quality of silence that was not quite silence, the sense of being watched by invisible eyes. As he walked deeper into the forest, following a path that seemed to appear beneath his feet only as he stepped forward, Hakuin became aware of a sound behind him. At first, it was barely noticeable, a rustling of leaves, a snap of a twig. But it grew louder, closer, more deliberate. Something was following him. Hakuin turned, and there, emerging from the shadows between the trees, was a tiger. Not one of the small tigers you might see painted on a scroll, elegant and stylized, but a massive beast with shoulders like boulders, teeth like daggers, eyes that gleamed with predatory intelligence and hunger. The tiger's coat was orange fire striped with midnight, and when it breathed, you could see the condensation of its breath in the cool night air. You could smell the musk of its presence, wild and dangerous and utterly real. For a moment, and you know this moment, everyone knows this moment, Hakuin froze. His body knew before his mind did this was a predator and he was prey. Every instinct screamed at him to run, though another part of him knew that running from a tiger was futile. The tiger was faster, stronger, designed by nature to chase and catch and consume. But run he did, because what else could he do? He turned and fled through the forest, his feet pounding on the earth, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his heart hammering against his ribs like a prisoner trying to escape. Behind him, He could hear the tiger giving chase, the heavy thud of its paws, the brush of its body against undergrowth, the occasional low growl that spoke of patience and certainty. The tiger was in no hurry. It knew, as predators know, that the prey would tire, would make a mistake, would eventually be caught. Hakuin ran with everything he had, dodging between trees, leaping over roots, his lungs burning, his legs beginning to tremble with exhaustion. The forest seemed endless, offering no shelter, no escape, just more trees and more darkness, and always, always the tiger behind him, relentless as time itself. And then, suddenly, the forest ended. Hakuin burst out of the trees and found himself at the edge of a cliff. He skidded to a stop, his feet sending small stones over the edge into darkness. He could hear them falling, 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 no sound of them hitting bottom. The cliff dropped away into an abyss so deep that looking down made his stomach turn, made the world spin. Behind him, the tiger was emerging from the forest, taking its time now, knowing its prey was cornered. In front of him, nothing but empty air and infinite falling. There was nowhere to go, no options left, no clever solution or escape route. This was it. The end. In that moment of absolute terror, Hakuin did the only thing he could do. He jumped. Or perhaps he fell. Or perhaps he was pushed by the sheer momentum of his fear. However it happened, he found himself falling through the darkness, the cliff face rushing past him, the wind screaming in his ears. But then, and this is where the dream takes its strange turn, where the teaching begins to emerge, he managed to catch hold of something. His hands, grasping desperately in the darkness, found a vine growing from the cliff face. He gripped it with all his strength, his fingers wrapping around it like claws, his body swinging in the void, his feet finding no purchase on the smooth stone wall. He hung there, suspended between the tiger above and the abyss below. When he looked up, he could see the tiger's face peering over the edge of the cliff, watching him with those amber eyes, patient, waiting. When he looked down, he could see nothing but darkness, could imagine nothing but the endless falling that awaited if his grip failed. His arms were already beginning to shake with the effort of holding on. He could feel the vine cutting into his palms, could feel his fingers beginning to cramp. He knew, and this knowing was certain as death, that he could not hold on forever. Eventually, his strength would fail. Eventually, he would fall. The only question was when. In that moment of existential terror, hanging between the teeth of the tiger and the void of the abyss, Hakuin noticed something. Right there, growing from a crack in the cliff face near his face, was a wild strawberry plant, and on that plant, impossibly red, perfectly ripe, was a single strawberry, glistening with moisture, as if it had just been washed by morning dew. Without thinking, or perhaps thinking more clearly than he ever had, Hakuin reached out with one hand, plucked the strawberry, and ate it. And oh, the taste of it! Sweeter than any strawberry he had ever eaten in his waking life, the flavor exploding on his tongue like a burst of summer sun, the juice running down his throat like liquid joy. In that moment, hanging between death from above and death from below, with no future beyond the next few minutes, with no past that could help him and no hope of escape, that strawberry was the most delicious thing that had ever existed in the history of the world. And then Hakuin woke up. He found himself in his room in the monastery, the morning light filtering through the paper screens, the sound of other monks beginning their day, everything ordinary and safe and solid. It had been a dream, just a dream. Later that day, a student came to him, troubled and seeking wisdom. "Master," the student said, "I have been studying the teachings for many years, practicing meditation, following the precepts. I have had moments of what I think might be insight, glimpses of enlightenment. But I am not sure. How do I know if I have truly understood? What is enlightenment really like? What happens when one achieves it?" Hakuin looked at the student for a long moment, and then he told him about the dream. He described the tiger, the chase, the cliff, the hanging in the void between two deaths. He described the strawberry and its impossible sweetness. "But master," the student said, confused, "what about the tiger? What about the fact that you are about to die?" And Hakuin smiled, the kind of smile that contains vast spaces, the kind of smile that knows something words can never quite capture. "What tiger?" he said. The student blinked, trying to understand. The tiger that was chasing you, the tiger waiting at the top of the cliff. At that moment, Hakuin said quietly, "What good are such things? When I was eating the strawberry, where was the tiger? Where was the abyss? Where was the fear? There was only the strawberry, only the taste, only that perfect moment of being alive to experience sweetness. Everything else was thought, was imagination, was the mind creating suffering about what might happen. But the strawberry was real. This story, this teaching, points to something profound about the nature of fear and the nature of presence. The tiger represents all the threats we carry in our minds, the dangers that chase us through the forests of our thoughts, the predators of anxiety and worry that we cannot outrun. The abyss represents all the unknowns we fear, death certainly, but also failure, loss, abandonment, all the voids we imagine falling into. And we spend so much of our lives like Hakuin in the dream, running from the tiger, terrified of the abyss, our hands cramping as we grip tightly to whatever vine we think might save us. We hang suspended between our fears, unable to rest, unable to let go, convinced that if we relax our vigilance for even a moment, disaster will strike. But the strawberry represents this moment, this breath, this sensation that is actually occurring right now, as opposed to all the things we imagine might occur in the future or regret from the past. And the radical teaching of Hakuin's dream is this: the strawberry is more real than the tiger. This moment is more real than your fears about the next moment. The actual experience of being alive right now is more real than all the stories your mind tells about what might go wrong. Think about it as you rest here now. How much of your difficulty sleeping comes from actual present moment experience, and how much comes from the tiger of tomorrow's concerns, the abyss of what if? When you bring your attention fully to this moment, the feeling of the pillow beneath your head, the weight of the blanket, the temperature of the air on your skin, the rhythm of your breathing, where is the problem? Where is the tiger? The Buddha taught something very similar when he said, "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment," not as a technique to achieve something, but as a recognition of what is actually true. The present moment is the only moment you ever actually experience. Everything else is memory or imagination, is the mind's story about what was or what might be. This doesn't mean we should ignore practical concerns or pretend that real dangers don't exist. The tiger in Hakuin's dream was real. Within that dream, it had teeth, it had hunger, it was a genuine threat. But the point is this: when you're eating the strawberry, the tiger cannot touch you. When you are fully present in this moment, the anxieties about other moments lose their power. Hakuin's question to his student, "What tiger?" is not a denial that tigers exist. It's a pointing to the fact that the tiger exists in thought, in anticipation, in the story the mind tells, while the strawberry exists in direct experience, in the immediacy of sensation, in the reality of now. As you settle deeper into rest, see if you can find the strawberry in this moment. Not metaphorically, but actually, what is the direct experience of being here? Now, breathing, resting, letting go. What is sweet about this moment when you stop running from imaginary tigers and falling into imaginary abysses? Your body knows how to be present. It is always in this moment, never in the past or future. It's only the mind that time travels, that runs from tigers that aren't actually here, that grips the vine of control to avoid falling into futures that haven't happened and may never happen. What if you could be like Hakuin, in the moment he tasted the strawberry, utterly present, completely absorbed in the experience of now, alive to the sweetness of simply being alive, even if only for this moment, even with uncertainty all around. The teaching of the strawberry is the teaching of sufficientness. This breath is sufficient. This moment is sufficient. You, exactly as you are right now, are sufficient. You don't need to solve every problem, escape every danger, secure every outcome before you can rest. You can rest now, in the midst of it all, tasting the strawberry of this moment. Let the tiger prowl at the edges of your awareness if it must. Let the abyss yawn below if it will. But bring your attention here to the actual experience of resting, breathing, being. This is real, this is true, this is enough. And perhaps, like Hakuin, you will discover that when you're fully tasting the strawberry of the present moment, someone might ask you about your worries, and you will genuinely wonder, what worries? What tiger? There is only this breath, this rest, this sweet dissolution into sleep that is happening right now, right here, in the only moment that ever actually exists. The strawberry was sweet because Hakuin was about to die? No. The strawberry was sweet because Hakuin was, finally, completely alive, and you are alive now, in this moment. Taste it. Let everything else fall away. There is only now, only this, only the infinite sweetness of being present to what is, rather than being terrorized by what might be. Sleep now, like tasting a strawberry, like being fully present to the only moment you'll ever actually experience this one, and this one, and this one, each dissolving into the next, like sweet juice on your tongue, like consciousness dissolving into dreams, like fear dissolving into peace when you F-number. Innerly stop running and simply taste. The moment you're actually in. From the sweetness of Hakuin's strawberry, let us journey now to a place of profound stillness, where movement is measured not in hours or days but in centuries, where patience is not a virtue but simply the natural state of being. We travel to a Zen garden in Kyoto, a place where every stone has been placed with the kind of attention most people reserve for the rarest treasures, where the gravel is raked each morning into patterns that suggest waves frozen in time, where moss grows so slowly you could watch for a lifetime and never see it spread. In this garden there lived, if you can call it living, a stone. Now, you might think a stone does not live, does not think, does not have experiences worth telling. But this is the limitation of how we usually think about consciousness, about what it means to be aware, to witness, to exist. In the world of these stories, where teaching flows through everything, even stones have wisdom to share. This particular stone was not large, not particularly beautiful by conventional measures. It was roughly the size of a human head, its surface weathered smooth in some places and rough in others, grey with veins of white quartz running through it like frozen lightning. It had sat for longer than anyone could remember, in a specific spot in the garden, placed there by a master gardener centuries ago, positioned with such care that its placement seemed inevitable, as if it had always been there, as if the universe itself had intended it to rest in exactly that space. Near the stone, partially embedded in the gravel that surrounded it, was another stone. This one was smaller, rounder, smoother, the kind of stone that water shapes over thousands of years of patient tumbling. And unlike the larger stone, the smaller one was restless. "I wonder," the small stone would say on quiet evenings, when the temple visitors had gone home and the garden settled into twilight silence, "what it's like beyond this garden. I wonder what the river stones have seen, the ones that have travelled from the mountains to the sea. They must have such stories. They must have experienced so much." The larger stone would say nothing, as was its way. It had learned long ago that some questions answer themselves if given enough silence. "Look at how smooth they are," the restless stone continued, and you could hear in its voice if stones have voices, and in this story they do a mixture of longing and dissatisfaction. That smoothness comes from experience, from having travelled, from having been shaped by their journey. And look at me, I'm just here. I've been here in the same spot for as long as I can remember. I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't done anything. I'm just a garden stone sitting in gravel watching the same view day after day after day. Night after night, season after season, the restless stone would voice these complaints, these yearnings. It would watch the visitors who came to view the garden, seeing how they had come from distant places, how they carried with them the energy of movement and change. It would watch the birds that landed briefly in the garden before flying away to destinations unknown. It would even envy the gravel that shifted slightly when the monks raked it each morning. At least the gravel got to move, even if only a little. The larger stone remained silent through all of this, resting in its place with a stillness so complete it seemed less like an object and more like a feature of space itself, a point around which the garden organized itself. One autumn evening, when the maple trees beyond the garden wall had turned colours so vivid they seemed to burn with their own inner fire, when the air had that particular clarity that comes just before the first frost. The restless stone's lament reached a crescendo. "I have wasted my existence," it said, and there was real anguish in its voice. "The river stones my age have travelled hundreds of miles. They've been tumbled smooth by rapids, warmed by sun on distant beaches, buried in silt and uncovered again. They've had adventures. They've been shaped by experience. And what have I done? Nothing. I've sat here, inert, useless, going nowhere, seeing nothing, being nothing. What a waste. What a terrible waste." Finally, after years of this monologue, the larger stone spoke. Its voice, when it came, was like the sound of tectonic plates settling, deep and slow, and carrying the weight of unimaginable time. "You speak," the ancient stone said, "as though you have been nowhere and seen nothing. But tell me, little one, where have you been?" The restless stone was startled. In all the years of its complaining, the larger stone had never responded. "Where have I been? I've been here, right here, in this exact spot. That's the whole problem." "Exactly here," the stone agreed. "And in being exactly here, what have you witnessed?" The restless stone paused, confused by the question. "I don't understand. I haven't witnessed anything worth mentioning." "Just the garden. The same garden, day after day. The same garden," the ancient stone repeated, and there was something in its tone, not quite amusement, not quite sadness, but something deeper, like the patience of mountains. "Tell me, when you say the same garden, do you mean that nothing has changed in all the time you've been here?" "Well," the restless stone said, beginning to feel uncertain, "I suppose some things have changed. The trees have grown. Leaves fall and return. The moss has spread. Monks have come and gone. Visitors arrive and leave. But these are just ordinary things, not like travelling to the sea. Ordinary things," the ancient stone said. "Small things. Let me tell you, young one, what I have seen from this exact spot where I have sat for 10,000 years. Yes, 10,000 years I was placed here when this temple was first built. When the gardener who designed this space had a vision of eternity contained in a handful of gravel and a few carefully chosen stones." The restless stone fell silent, suddenly aware it was in the presence of something far older and deeper than it had imagined. "I have watched," the ancient stone continued, its voice carrying the weight of ages, "the birth of mountains. Not these mountains, they were already old when I was young, but mountains in the distance, pushed up by the slow collision of the Earth's plates, rising grain by grain over millennia. I have witnessed empires rise like morning mist and dissipate by evening. Dynasties that seemed eternal have come and gone like the shadows of clouds racing across the garden. I have seen a single tree grow from a seed no bigger than your smallest fragment. I watched it push through the soil, a tender green shoot that seemed impossibly fragile. I watched it survive its first winter, then its 100th, then its 1000th. I watched it grow thick and strong, watched generations of birds nest in its branches, watched its leaves turn colours more times than there are grains of sand in all the rivers. And then I watched it die slowly over the course of 50 years and return to the soil from which it came. And now a new tree grows in nearly the same spot, and the cycle continues. I have witnessed the dance of seasons, not one season, but 10,000 seasons. I have seen winter follow autumn, follow summer, follow spring, so many times that I understand now that they are not separate things, but one continuous movement, one eternal turning, one breath of the earth. The river stones you envy rushed past all of this, tumbling in their currents, too busy moving to notice what was happening around them. I have seen monks come to this garden as young men, their faces unlined, their steps quick and certain. I have watched them age, day by imperceptible day, their hair whitening like frost, their backs bending like winter branches, until finally they came no more, and new young monks took their place. And I have understood something that the river stones in all their travelling never learn. Everything is always travelling, always changing, always in motion, even in stillness. The restless stone was quiet now, really listening for the first time, You speak of the river stone's smoothness, the Ancient One continued, as if it were a badge of experience. But I will tell you a secret. They were smoothed by running away. Every rough edge worn down was a piece of themselves they lost in their hurry to get somewhere else. They are smooth because they have been eroded, diminished, made smaller by their constant flight from one place to the next. But you and I, we who have stayed, we have grown. Not smoother, perhaps, but deeper. We have been enriched by everything that has happened around us, in us, through us. The moss that grows on me is a library of moisture and time. The lichen writes on my surface the story of air quality and seasons. The small crack on my northern face, barely visible, was created by water freezing and expanding during the winter of the Great Cold 300 years ago. I carry history in my stillness. And you think you have experienced nothing because you have not moved. But you have been present for every sunrise that has painted this garden in gold. You have felt every raindrop, every snowflake, every gust of wind. You have been warmed by summer sun and cooled by winter moon. You have heard the conversations of 10,000 visitors, absorbed their joy and their sorrow, witnessed their moments of understanding when the garden speaks to them in the language beyond words. Tell me honestly, have the river stones, in all their frantic rushing toward the sea, really experienced more than this? Or have they simply been too busy moving to notice what was happening in each moment they passed through? The restless stone felt something shifting inside itself, not a physical movement, but a tectonic shift in understanding. But, it said, its voice smaller now, I thought that to live fully, one had to go places, do things, have adventures, and this, the ancient stone said gently, is the great confusion that causes so much suffering, the belief that being fully alive requires being somewhere other than where you are, the conviction that this moment, this place, this experience, is somehow less than some other moment, some other place, some other experience that you imagine would be better, richer, more meaningful. The river stones rush toward the sea, and when they arrive, they dream of the mountains they came from. The mountain stones dream of the sea. Everyone is convinced that the answer, the meaning, the fullness of life exists somewhere other than exactly where they are, and so they miss it. They miss the only life that actually exists, this one, happening right now, right here. The restless stone thought about this, and as it thought, it began to notice things it had stopped seeing because they had become too familiar. It noticed how the light changed moment by moment as the sun moved across the sky, painting the gravel in constantly shifting shades. It noticed the sound of wind moving through different trees in different ways, susurrus through pine, rattle through bamboo, whisper through maple. It noticed how the temperature varied between its sun-facing side and its shaded side, how moisture collected in its crevices, how tiny insects made homes in its roughness. It noticed, really noticed for the first time, that it was alive not in the way animals are alive, perhaps, but alive nonetheless, participating in the great dance of existence, witnessing and being witnessed, affecting and being affected by everything around it. I have sat in this exact spot for 10,000 years, the ancient stone said, its voice softer now, almost intimate, and I have witnessed the birth of the universe in every dewdrop that formed on my surface. I have seen eternity in every moment. I have traveled to the furthest reaches of space while remaining perfectly still, because I have been present, truly present for each instant of my existence. The river stones rushed past all of this. They were too busy getting somewhere to be anywhere, and you, my young friend, have been too busy envying their supposed journey to realize that you have been on a journey far more profound, the journey into the depths of this moment, this place, this existence, exactly as it is. Tell me now, who has truly traveled? The stones that rushed from mountain to sea, buffeted by currents, never resting, never settling, never really arriving? Or you and I, who have explored the infinite depths of staying, the vast territory of presence, the endless landscape of what is? The restless stone had no answer, but it no longer needed one. Something in it had settled, the way sediment settles in still water. For the first time in its existence, it felt the weight of itself, not as a burden of immobility, but as an anchor into the present moment. It felt its place in the garden, not as a limitation, but as a vantage point from which to witness the universe unfolding. And the Buddha's teaching echoed through the silence of the garden. Do not dwell on the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment. The restless stone had been dwelling in an imagined past where it might have been a river stone, dreaming of a future where it might travel to the sea. And in doing so, it had missed the extraordinary journey of being exactly where it was. Now, as you rest here in your bed, feel the wisdom of the stone settling into your own awareness. You need not go anywhere to arrive. You need not become anything other than what you are to be complete. The journey you have been seeking is not somewhere else. It is right here, in the rise and fall of your breath, in the weight of your body sinking into rest, in the infinite moment of now. How many moments have you missed while wishing you were somewhere else, someone else, in some other circumstance? How many sunrises have you failed to see because you were too busy rushing toward an imagined destination? How much of your life has passed unnoticed because you believed that real living happened somewhere other than exactly where you were? The ancient stone has witnessed 10,000 years while remaining perfectly still. And you, right now, can witness eternity while remaining perfectly still in this bed, in this moment, in this breath. You need not travel to find peace. You need not become anything other than what you already are. You need only stop as the restless stone finally stopped and recognize that you are already here, already home, already complete. Let your body be like the ancient stone, settled, grounded, present. Let your restlessness dissolve like morning mist. Let yourself finally arrive at the only destination that ever really existed. This moment, this breath, this peaceful presence that has been waiting for you all along, patient as a stone in a Zen garden, still and deep and already, always perfectly here. From the stone garden where stillness teaches the deepest lessons, let us walk now along a mountain path in the fading light of day, to a small hermitage where one of Zen's most beloved poet monks lived with almost nothing, and in that nothingness found everything. The air grows cooler as we climb, and you can feel it, that thinness of atmosphere that comes with altitude, the way sounds carry differently here, the quality of silence between the bird calls. This is the world of Ryokan, who lived in 18th century Japan, a monk who chose poverty not as a punishment, but as a practice, who owned almost nothing and yet wrote poetry so luminous it still shines across the centuries like moonlight on water. His hermitage was barely more than a hut, rough walls, a thatched roof that leaked when it rained, a single room with a sleeping mat, a few bowls, some writing materials. That was all. That was enough. Ryokan had spent the day, as he spent most days, begging for food in the village below, playing with children who loved his gentle nature and his willingness to join their games, writing poetry, sitting in meditation, watching the clouds change shape above the mountains. As evening approached, he walked back up the mountain path to his hut, carrying very little, a bowl with some rice that had been donated, aware of how the shadows lengthened, how the temperature dropped, how the first stars began to appear in the deepening blue of the sky. But when he arrived at his hut, he immediately knew something was wrong. The door, which he never locked what was there to lock away, was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The hut had been ransacked. Not violently, there had been no need for violence, where there was no resistance, but thoroughly. His sleeping mat had been moved, his few bowls scattered, and everything of any conceivable value was gone. The small supply of rice he had been saving, the extra robe he kept for winter, the writing brush that had been a gift from a fellow monk, even the few coins that visitors had occasionally left, which he had been collecting to give to a family in the village whose child was ill. Ryokan stood in the doorway of his empty hut, and a smile slowly spread across his face. He could picture the thief, probably young, probably desperate, probably terrified of being caught. He imagined him going through the humble possessions, the growing disappointment at finding so little, the determination to take whatever there was because he had risked so much in coming here. The monk sat down on the floor of his empty hut, and as he sat, he noticed his robe, the one he was wearing, the only one he had left. It was old, patched in several places, but clean and whole. He stood up and removed it, folded it carefully as if it were made of the finest silk, and placed it just inside the doorway where the thief could not fail to see it when he returned. If he returned. For Ryokan understood that a thief who finds so little might come back, hoping he had missed something of value. And then, naked in the cooling evening air, Ryokan walked outside and sat on the step of his hut. The moon was rising full and luminous, painting the world in shades of silver and shadow. It was magnificent, the kind of moon that seems close enough to touch, that fills the sky with such presence that everything else becomes secondary. The mountains were silhouettes against its brightness, the trees were transformed into calligraphy, and the whole world seemed to hold its breath in reverence. Ryokan sat there, his skin prickling with the cold, completely naked, completely content, watching the moon rise, and words began to form in his mind, the way they always did when beauty moved through him like wind through an empty room. He wished he had his writing materials, but they too were gone. So he held the words in his mind instead, polishing them, considering each one, until they were exactly right. The thief left it behind the moon at the window. That was the poem, complete in itself, perfect in its simplicity. The thief had taken everything, yes, but he had left behind something infinitely more precious than anything he had stolen. He had left the moon. He had left the cool night air and the sound of wind in the pines. He had left the vast sky full of stars and the mountains standing eternal in the distance. He had left beauty itself, which cannot be stolen, cannot be possessed, cannot be carried away in a sack no matter how desperate or clever the thief. As Ryokan sat there in the moonlight, naked and possessionless, something remarkable happened, or rather something remarkable became clear. He had never felt wealthier. Everything he could see, everything he could experience, everything that truly mattered was still his. Or rather, and this was the deeper truth, that had never been his to begin with, and therefore could never be taken away. The robe the thief had stolen, had Ryokan ever really owned it? It was made of fibers that had once been plants, woven by hands he had never met, dyed with colors extracted from the earth. It had come to him by chance, had warmed his body for a time, and now had moved on to warm another body. Was this theft? Or was this simply the natural flow of things, the way everything moves through our lives like water through our hands? The rice, the bowls, the coins, he had been holding them temporarily, stewarding them briefly, but they had never truly belonged to him, any more than the river belongs to its banks. They flowed through his life, and now they had flowed onward. To call this loss required believing in possession. But what if nothing was ever possessed? What if everything was always just borrowed, just passing through, just visiting for a moment before moving on? Sitting there naked under the moon, Ryokan understood something that went deeper than the intellectual acceptance of Buddhist teachings about non-attachment. He felt in his body, in his bones, in the cool air on his skin, the absolute freedom of owning nothing. The thief had inadvertently given him a gift more valuable than anything he had taken. He had stripped away the last illusions of ownership, the last subtle clinging to things. And yet, and this was what made his heart full, almost to bursting, the thief had taken nothing that truly nourished the soul. He had taken objects, but he had left beauty. He had taken possessions, but he had left presence. He had taken things, but he had left the ability to experience, to witness, to be fully alive to the moment. Ryokan looked at the moon and felt such compassion for the thief that it brought tears to his eyes. The poor man had come seeking riches and had found only poverty, not understanding that the real poverty was in the seeking itself, in the belief that security and happiness could be found in accumulated things. The thief would carry away the robe and perhaps feel briefly triumphant, briefly secure. But he would never know the wealth of sitting naked under a full moon, free of all burden, experiencing the universe with nothing standing between his skin and the night air. "I wish I could give him this moon," Ryokan said aloud to the empty night. "I wish I could give him this moment, this peace, this freedom. The robe will wear out, the rice will be eaten, the coins will be spent. But this moon would feed him forever." The teaching here is so profound it almost slips past in its simplicity. Ryokan lived what the Buddha taught when he said, Health is the greatest gift, contentment, the greatest wealth, faithfulness, the best relationship. The thief had come seeking wealth and had found only objects. Ryokan had lost all objects and found himself infinitely wealthy. Wealthy in contentment, wealthy in presence, wealthy in the ability to experience beauty without needing to own it. Think about what we spend our lives protecting, accumulating, worrying about losing. We lock our doors and buy insurance and save and invest and worry about securing ourselves against loss. And yet, as Ryokan discovered sitting naked in the moonlight, the things we can lose were never the source of our security in the first place. The things we can lose are just things temporary, borrowed, passing through. What cannot be stolen? Moonlight cannot be stolen. Beauty cannot be stolen. The capacity to experience this moment cannot be stolen. Peace cannot be stolen. It can only be abandoned, given away voluntarily when we choose anxiety over presence, when we choose grasping over allowing, when we choose the belief that we need more than we have over the recognition that we already have everything we need. Ryokan eventually went back inside his hut, shivering now with the cold, and wrapped himself in the one thin blanket the thief had overlooked. Perhaps because it was so threadbare, it seemed worthless. He lay down on the bare floor where his sleeping mat had been and looked out the open door at the moon, now higher in the sky, flooding the world with light. He thought about the thief, probably far away by now, examining his meager haul, perhaps disappointed at how little the monk had possessed. And Ryokan's heart was full of wishes for him. Wishes that he would be warm in the stolen robe. Wishes that the rice would nourish him. Wishes that the coins would help him with whatever need had driven him to theft. But most of all, Ryokan wished that someday, somehow, the thief would learn what he had learned tonight. That the deepest security comes not from having, but from being. Not from grasping, but from releasing. Not from filling your arms with possessions, but from opening your hands and letting everything flow through, keeping nothing, losing nothing, free. As Ryokan drifted towards sleep on the hard floor, wrapped in his threadbare blanket, looking at the moon through his doorway, he was the wealthiest man in the world. He had nothing and everything, owned nothing and lacked nothing, had lost everything and been robbed of nothing. The paradox resolved itself in the simple experience of being alive, being present, being open to what is. This is the teaching of non-attachment, but not as a philosophical concept, as a lived reality. Not as something to achieve, but as something to recognize. You don't have to work to become non-attached. You simply have to notice that you were never actually attached to begin with. Everything you think you own is already leaving. Everything you love is already saying goodbye. Everything you grasp is already slipping through your fingers like water, like moonlight, like this very moment that is already becoming the past as you read these words. And in that recognition, not as a loss but as a truth, there is extraordinary freedom. You can finally stop defending, stop protecting, stop worrying about losing what you never truly had. You can finally open your hands, and in that opening, discover that you haven't lost anything, because there was never anything to lose. And having nothing, you suddenly have everything. As you rest here now, feel the weight of what you're carrying, not the physical weight of your body sinking into the mattress, but the invisible weight of all the things you think you need to protect, to secure, to hold on to. What if you could be like Ryokan, stripped of everything, sitting naked under the moon, and discover that nothing essential has been taken? What if all your possessions disappeared tonight? Would you still have the ability to breathe? Would you still have the capacity to feel warmth and cold, to see beauty, to experience this moment? Would you still have awareness itself, consciousness itself, the mysterious fact of being alive and awake to existence? The thief can take your robe, but he cannot take your ability to feel moonlight on your skin. He can take your rice, but he cannot take your capacity to be nourished by beauty. He can take everything you own, but he cannot take the simple fact of your existence, your presence, your being here now. And what we really fear losing, isn't it always something beyond the physical objects? We fear losing security, losing love, losing ourselves. But these things, like the moon, cannot be stolen. They can only be obscured by our belief that they depend on circumstances, on possessions, on things being a certain way. Ryokan's generosity in leaving his robe for the thief was not the generosity of having much to give. It was the generosity of recognizing that what he had was never his to keep anyway. And in that recognition, he could give freely, without loss, without sacrifice, without diminishment. He could give everything because he was not attached to anything. He could be generous because he was not grasping. And the profound irony, the beautiful teaching, is that in giving away his last possession, in being stripped of everything, Ryokan became wealthy beyond measure. He had the moon, he had the night air, he had the mountains and the stars and the infinite presence of being alive. What more could anyone need? Let this teaching settle into you now, like moonlight settling onto water. You don't need to give away all your possessions to understand what Ryokan understood. You simply need to recognize that the deepest satisfaction, the truest wealth, the most profound security, comes not from what you have, but from what you are and what you are. And what you are cannot be stolen, cannot be lost, cannot be diminished by any circumstance. You are awareness itself, presence itself, the capacity to experience this moment exactly as it is. And that capacity, that awareness, that presence is already complete, already whole, already wealthy beyond measure. The thief can take everything else, but he must leave behind the moon. He must leave behind the fact of your being. He must leave behind the infinite gift of this moment, this breath, this peaceful presence that asks nothing, needs nothing, lacks nothing. Rest now in that wealth. Rest in the poverty that is richness, the emptiness that is fullness, the having nothing that is everything. Like Ryokan, wrapped in threadbare blankets, stripped of possessions, you can close your eyes and rest in the greatest luxury of all, the simple, profound, perfect experience of being alive, being present, being here now, under the moon of awareness that no thief can ever steal, no circumstance take away. The moon is still there, just outside your window, just inside your consciousness. Everything else may come and go, but the moon remains. Everything else may be gained and lost, but the moon is constant. Sleep now under that moon, in that wealth, in that freedom that comes from finally understanding you have nothing, and therefore you have everything. You own nothing, and therefore you lack nothing. You are stripped bare, and therefore you are clothed in light. From Ryokan's hermitage, where we learned that what cannot be stolen is more valuable than what can, let us descend now from the mountain and walk through quiet streets to a monastery where each day is marked not by clocks but by bells. Bells that call the monks to meditation, to meals, to prayer, to the simple rhythm of communal life that has continued unchanged for centuries. In this monastery there hangs a bell. Not the largest bell you have ever seen, not the most ornate, but a bell that is known throughout the region for the particular quality of its sound. A tone so pure, so resonant, so penetrating that when it rings, people stop what they are doing. Farmers pause in their fields. Merchants look up from their counting. Children cease their playing. For just a moment, the whole valley becomes still, listening, as the sound of this bell washes over everything like a wave of clarity. The bell is ancient, cast by a master craftsman whose name has been lost to time, but whose skill has not. It hangs in a wooden frame in the monastery courtyard, and 3 times a day a monk strikes it with a heavy wooden mallet wrapped in cloth, once in the morning to wake the monastery to prayer, once at midday to call everyone to the meal, and once in the evening as the sun sets and the day's work comes to a close. The sound this bell makes is difficult to describe to someone who has never heard it. It is deep but not heavy, bright but not sharp. It seems to contain all sounds within it, the low rumble of thunder and the high clarity of birdsong, the rush of wind and the stillness of snow falling. And most remarkably, the sound carries. Long after the initial strike, long after other bells would have faded to silence, this bell continues to ring, its tones spreading out in widening circles like ripples on a pond, reaching into distant valleys, echoing off mountain walls, lingering in the air as if reluctant to die. People would travel to the monastery just to hear the bell, and many would ask the monks, "Why does your bell ring so beautifully?" Why does its sound carry so far when other bells, even larger ones, fade so quickly? What is the secret? The monks would smile and bow and say nothing, because the bell's secret was not theirs to tell. It belonged to the bell itself. Now, in this monastery, there was also a smaller bell, a newer bell, that hung near the dining hall. This bell had been cast by a competent craftsman, had been properly blessed, and served its purpose adequately. But it was troubled. Day after day it would hear the great bell ringing, would hear how its sound spread out and touched everything, how it lingered and resonated and moved people to tears, and then it would ring its own small sound, a perfectly acceptable tone that did its job of calling the monks to meals, but which faded quickly, which did not carry beyond the monastery walls, which no one travelled to hear. Why, the small bell asked itself, why does the great bell's sound reach so far while mine fades so quickly? What am I doing wrong? How can I ring like that? The small bell began to observe the great bell carefully, studying it with the intensity of a devoted student. It noticed how the monk approached the great bell with reverence, how he stood in silence for a moment before striking it, how the mallet met the metal at precisely the right angle, with precisely the right force. Ah, thought the small bell. It must be the technique of striking. If I can convince my monk to strike me just so, with perfect angle and perfect force, then I too will ring beautifully. So the small bell tried to influence its monk, tried to position itself just right, tried to encourage a particular kind of strike. And sometimes, just by chance, the monk would strike it at what seemed like the perfect angle, with what seemed like the perfect force. The small bell would ring with anticipation, certain that this time its sound would carry far and linger long. But it never did. The sound was perhaps slightly better, slightly clearer, but it still faded quickly. It still did not resonate the way the great bell resonated. Perhaps, the small bell thought, it is not about the striking, but about the striker. Perhaps if I am struck with more mindfulness, more presence, more devotion, then my sound will carry. So it waited hopefully for the moments when its monk seemed particularly centered, particularly present. Surely when struck by a monk in a meditative state, the bell would ring with that same quality of timelessness that the great bell possessed. But again, no. The sound was pleasant, was acceptable, but was not remarkable. It did not touch hearts. It did not linger in the air like a blessing. The small bell became increasingly frustrated, increasingly obsessed with understanding the secret. It began to listen even more carefully to the great bell, trying to analyze its sound, to understand what made it different. Was it the depth of tone? The brightness of the initial strike? The way the harmonics played together? If I can just understand it, the small bell thought, if I can just figure out what makes the difference, then I can learn to ring the same way. It tried to remember how it had rung moments before, tried to compare this ringing to that ringing, tried to hold on to the good ringings and avoid the bad ringings. It tried to prepare itself before being struck, tensing its metal in anticipation, trying to be ready to ring perfectly. The more it tried, the worse it sounded. The more it anticipated, the more tense and brittle its tone became. The more it remembered past ringings, the less present it was for the current one. The small bell was suffering, caught in an endless cycle of trying and failing, comparing and despairing. One evening, after the sunset bell had been rung and the monastery had settled into the peaceful silence of approaching night, the small bell finally gathered its courage and spoke to the great bell. "Please," it said, its voice small and humble, "I must know your secret. Why does your sound carry so far? Why does it resonate so deeply? What are you doing that I am not doing? I have tried everything. I have studied technique. I have waited for the perfect striker. I have analyzed your sound and tried to imitate it. But nothing works. Please tell me how to ring beautifully." The great bell was silent for a long moment. Then, in a voice like bronze singing, deep and resonant even in speech, it replied with a question. "Tell me, little one, when you ring, what are you thinking about?" The small bell considered this. "Well, I am thinking about how I rang the last time, whether it was good or bad. I am thinking about how I want to ring this time. I am thinking about you, comparing my sound to yours. I am thinking about the people listening, hoping they will be pleased. I am thinking about the next time I will ring, preparing myself for it. I am thinking many things. "Ah," said the great bell, and there was such compassion in its tone that the small bell felt tears. It did not know bells could cry. "And that is why you fade so quickly. You are thinking, you are trying, you are remembering and anticipating. You are everywhere except in the ringing itself." The small bell did not understand. "But shouldn't I try to ring well? Shouldn't I want to improve? Shouldn't I learn from the past and prepare for the future?" "Let me ask you another question," the great bell said. "When I am struck, what do you think I am thinking about?" The small bell had never considered this. I suppose you must be thinking about ringing beautifully. You must be remembering all the times you have rung well and trying to ring that way again. You must be—" "No," the great bell interrupted gently. "When I am struck, I am not thinking at all. I do not remember the last ringing. I do not anticipate the next one. I do not compare myself to other bells or try to ring in any particular way. When the mallet touches my surface, I am only this sound, this vibration, this moment. Nothing else exists. There is no me trying to ring, there is only ringing." The small bell tried to grasp this, but it slipped away like water through fingers. "But how do you do that? How do you stop thinking, stop trying?" "You cannot do not doing," the great bell said, its voice resonant with patient teaching. "You can only recognize that the thinking, the trying, the remembering and anticipating, these are extra. They are additions to what is naturally happening. They are like clouds passing in front of the moon, not part of the moon itself, just temporary obscurations." "But my thoughts feel so real, so important," the small bell protested. "Of course they do," the great bell agreed, "and they are real in their way. But they are not you. They are not the ringing. They are just weather. Mental weather passing through. When you identify with that weather, when you believe those thoughts are who you are and what you should be doing, you divide yourself. Part of you is ringing, while another part is watching, judging, comparing, trying to control. This division is what makes your sound fade quickly. You are using half your energy to ring and half your energy to monitor the ringing." The small bell felt something shift in its understanding, not a sudden enlightenment, but a crack in the wall of its confusion, a sliver of light coming through. "I do not remember the last ringing," the great bell continued, its voice carrying the teaching that had been passed down through metal and time and the simple physics of vibration. "This is essential. I do not carry the past with me. Each time I am struck, it is the first time. I am fresh, new, unburned by memory. If I rang poorly yesterday, and sometimes I do, if the metal is cold or the striker uncertain, I do not bring that failure into today's ringing. It is gone, finished, no longer existing except as a thought, and I am not my thoughts." "And you do not anticipate the next ringing," the small bell said, beginning to understand. "Exactly. When I ring, I do not save energy for the next ringing. I do not ring carefully so I will not be tired later. I give everything to this moment, this sound, this vibration. I am completely used up in each ringing, completely emptied, completely present. And it is this completeness, this total presence that allows the sound to carry. The sound is not divided. It is whole, unified, all of a piece. It is pure ringing, uncontaminated by thought." The small bell absorbed this teaching in silence. It understood intellectually, but intellectual understanding is not the same as lived experience. Still, something had shifted. A possibility had opened. "The Buddha taught," the great bell said, and its voice took on the quality of recitation, of ancient wisdom being passed along. "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." This is not just for human beings. This is the teaching of all existence. The river does not remember yesterday's flowing. The wind does not anticipate tomorrow's blowing. The sun does not compare today's rising to yesterday's. They are simply, completely, totally what they are in each moment. And that is why they are beautiful. not because they try to be beautiful, but because they're not trying to be anything other than exactly what they are, right now. The small bell felt something releasing in its metal, some tension it had been carrying without knowing it. So when I am struck, it said slowly, I should not try to ring like you. I should not remember how I rang before. I should not worry about how I will ring next time. I should simply ring. Simply ring, the great bell confirmed. Be completely this ringing, this sound, this moment. Let the vibration move through you without interference, without commentary, without the part of you that stands apart and judges. When you are struck, let there be only striking, only sound, only this. That night, the small bell did not sleep, though bells do not sleep in the way humans sleep. There is a kind of resting they do in the quiet hours, a settling into stillness. Instead, it stayed awake with the teaching, not thinking about it exactly, but allowing it to resonate through its metal the way sound resonates, the way truth resonates when it is recognized rather than learned. The next morning, when the monk came to ring the small bell for the morning meal, something was different. The small bell did not tense in anticipation. It did not remember how it had rung yesterday. It did not prepare itself or try to ring beautifully. When the mallet struck its surface, the small bell simply was struck. There was no meme being struck and meme watching the striking. There was just the pure fact of it. Impact, vibration, sound emerging like water from a spring, natural, effortless, complete. And the sound, oh, the sound was different. Not necessarily louder, not necessarily deeper, but clearer, purer, more present. It still did not carry as far as the great bell sound. It was, after all, a smaller bell with different metal and different shape. But it carried farther than it ever had before. And more importantly, it rang true. It rang with the whole truth of itself. Nothing held back, nothing divided. The monks in the dining hall noticed. They looked up from their preparations, surprised. The bell sounds different today, one said to another. Listen to how clear it is. But the small bell did not hear their praise because it was not listening for praise. It was not thinking about how it sounded. It had already forgotten the ringing the instant the sound faded. It was simply there, in the silence after the ringing, waiting, without waiting for the next moment, when it would be called upon to ring again. And the great bell, hanging in its frame in the courtyard, rang with deep satisfaction. A satisfaction that had nothing to do with pride or accomplishment, but everything to do with the recognition that the teaching had been received, that the Dharma had been passed along, that another bell had awake, Ned to the simple truth of being completely present for each moment of its existence. As you rest here now, feel how this teaching lives in your own experience. How much of your difficulty resting comes from thinking about resting? From remembering how you slept last night, or worrying about how you will sleep tomorrow? From monitoring yourself, judging yourself, trying to rest correctly? What if, like the great bell, you could let go of the last breath? Not carry it with you, not judge it, not compare it to some ideal breath. Just let it go completely so that this breath can be fresh, new, the first breath. And what if you could let go of anticipating the next breath? Not plan it, not control it, not try to breathe yourself to sleep. Just let this breath be complete in itself, using all of you, holding nothing back, completely present. The bell's secret is simple. Be completely what you are in this moment, with nothing held back, nothing divided, no part of you standing apart and watching and judging. Just this breath, just this moment, just this resting that is happening all by itself when you stop interfering with it. You do not need to try to be present. You simply need to stop being absent. You do not need to force yourself to let go. You simply need to notice that you are holding on, and in that noticing, the holding releases naturally. The way your hand opens when you finally notice it is clenched. Ring once and fade into silence. Breathe once and dissolve into rest. Be completely here, completely now, completely this, and discover that you resonate with a depth and clarity you never achieved through trying. The great bell's teaching echoes through everything. Stop trying to ring beautifully and simply ring. Stop trying to rest perfectly and simply rest. Stop trying to be anything other than exactly what you are, right now, in this moment that is already complete, already perfect, already home. From the monastery where bells teach presence, we now walk along a dusty road where two monks travel in silence, their robes stirring slightly in the warm breeze, their footsteps marking a rhythm that has continued for countless miles. The sun is high, the air thick with summer heat, and ahead of them stretches more road, more walking, more of the journey that seems to have no particular destination other than the next monastery, the next teaching, the next moment of practice. These two monks have been traveling together for several weeks now. The elder monk is a teacher of some renown, though he wears his wisdom lightly, like his simple robes without decoration, without display. The younger monk is his student, earnest and devoted, studying the sutras with great dedication, following the monastic rules with precision, burning with the fierce desire for enlightenment that characterizes those who have newly committed to the path. They have walked in companionable silence for most of the morning, each absorbed in their own practice, the elder monk simply walking, present with each step, while the younger monk walks while also reciting scriptures in his mind, monitoring his posture, trying to maintain perfect mindfulness with movement. The younger monk takes his practice very seriously, which is admirable, though sometimes this seriousness creates a kind of tension, a striving that defeats its own purpose. As they crest a hill, they see ahead of them a river, swollen with recent rains, flowing swift and brown between muddy banks. There is no bridge here, just a crossing point, where in drier seasons the water would be shallow enough to wade through easily. But now the river is deep, the current strong, and crossing will require real effort and care. As they approach the river's edge, they see someone waiting there, a young woman dressed in expensive silk robes, the color of plum blossoms, clearly from a wealthy family. She stands at the water's edge, looking distressed, her fine shoes and the hem of her robe already muddied from her attempts to assess whether she can cross. When she sees the monks approaching, relief floods her face. "Masters," she calls out, bowing respectfully. "I'm trying to reach my family's estate on the other side before nightfall, but the river is too high for me to cross safely. My robes will be ruined, and I fear I will be swept away. Could you help me now?" Here is where the story becomes interesting, where the teaching begins to unfold. For these monks have taken vows, as many Buddhist monks do, to avoid physical contact with women. This is not from any belief that women are impure or lesser, though historically such views have sometimes corrupted the teaching, but rather as a practice of renunciation, of avoiding attachments and complications, of maintaining clarity of purpose in their spiritual practice. The younger monk, hearing the woman's request, immediately feels tension flood through his body. His mind begins racing with all the reasons why they cannot help her. The rules, the vows, the proper conduct, what other monks would think if they saw, what his teacher would think. He opens his mouth to explain, very politely and properly, why they cannot assist her. But before he can speak, the elder monk steps forward. Without hesitation, without any sign of internal conflict, he simply says, "Of course," and gestures for the woman to climb onto his back. The younger monk watches in shock, his mouth still open with unspoken words, as the woman, after a moment of surprise at the monk's directness, carefully gathers her expensive robes and climbs onto the elder monk's back. The elder monk adjusts his stance to balance the additional weight, then steps into the river. The younger monk can only follow, his mind churning with confusion and judgment. How could his teacher break the vows so casually? How could he touch a woman, carry her on his back, violate the rules they both had pledged to uphold? What kind of example was this? What kind of teaching? The crossing is difficult. The current is strong, the bottom uneven with rocks and holes. The elder monk moves carefully, deliberately, his face calm and focused, ensuring the woman's safety with each step. Water swirls around his thighs, soaking his robes, tugging at his balance. But he is steady, present, doing what needs to be done without drama or commentary. The younger monk follows behind, his own crossing made more difficult by the turmoil in his mind. He is barely aware of the water, of the current, of his own footing. His attention is consumed by what he is witnessing, by the betrayal he feels, by the wrongness of it all. They reach the far bank, and the elder monk carefully lowers the woman to dry ground. She bows deeply, expressing her gratitude with obvious sincerity. "Thank you, masters. You have saved me from a dangerous situation. May your kindness bring you merit." The elder monk bows in return, simply and briefly, then turns and continues walking down the road. The woman goes her own way, her silk robes wet but herself safe. And the younger monk, after bowing stiffly to the woman, hurries to catch up with his teacher. But now the silence between them is different. The younger monk is agitated, his mind a storm of thoughts, judgments, questions, accusations. How can he continue to study with a teacher who breaks the fundamental rules? How can he trust someone who violates the vows? Should he say something? Should he remain silent? Is his silence complicity? The thoughts go round and round, like a dog chasing its tail, never reaching resolution. The younger monk's practice, his mindfulness, his careful attention, all of it is lost in this mental turbulence. He is no longer present for the walk, for the sunshine, for the beauty of the countryside. He is trapped in his head, in his judgment, in his need to understand and categorize what has happened. An hour passes. The road winds through rice fields where farmers work in the paddies, their backs bent, their hands in the mud. The monks walk past a small shrine where someone has left offerings of fruit and incense. They walk through a grove of bamboo that rustles in the breeze like whispered conversations. The elder monk seems to notice all of this, moving through the world with the same calm presence he always carries. But the younger monk sees none of it. He is still at the river, still watching his teacher lift the woman onto his back, still wrestling with the wrongness of it. 2 hours pass. The sun begins its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. The air cools slightly, becomes more pleasant. Still the younger monk churns with his thoughts, his resentment building with each step, his confusion hardening into judgment. 3 hours pass. They can see in the distance the monastery where they will spend the night, its curved roof visible above the trees. The younger monk has been silent all this time, but the silence has been anything but peaceful. It has been the silence of someone biting their tongue, of someone struggling not to speak, of someone carrying a burden that grows heavier with each moment. Finally, as they approach the monastery gates, the younger monk can contain himself no longer. The words burst out of him like water breaking through a dam, sharp with accusation and hurt. "Master," he says, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "How could you do that? How could you touch that woman, carry her on your back? We have taken vows, we have pledged to avoid such contact. You have broken the fundamental rules of our practice. How can you call yourself a monk? How can you call yourself my teacher?" The elder monk stops walking. He turns to face his student, and his face shows no anger, no defensiveness, no shame. Instead, there is something gentle in his expression, something almost like amusement mixed with compassion. The look of someone who has been waiting patiently for a lesson to reveal itself. "Brother," he says quietly, and his voice is soft but clear, carrying the kind of authority that comes not from position but from understanding. "I set that woman down at the river hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" The words land like a stone dropped into still water, and the ripples spread out through the younger monk's consciousness. He opens his mouth to respond, to defend himself, to explain, but no words come. Because in that moment, with sudden and overwhelming clarity, he sees the truth of what has happened. His teacher had helped someone in need. He had seen suffering the woman stranded, unable to cross safely, and had responded with compassion and skillful action. He had lifted her, carried her across, set her down safely, and then let go completely. For the elder monk, the action was complete in the moment. It had ended at the riverbank. He had moved on, returned to presence, continued walking with the same clear awareness he always carried. But the younger monk, he had picked up the woman at the river and had been carrying her ever since. Not physically, of course, but mentally, emotionally, psychologically. He had been lugging her weight through every step of the past 3 hours, straining under the burden of his judgment, his confusion, his rigid attachment to rules over compassion, his inability to let go of what had already happened. The elder monk had carried the woman across the river, perhaps 100 steps, perhaps 5 minutes of actual physical contact. Then he had released her completely, set her down, moved on. But the younger monk had carried her for hours, and was in fact still carrying her at this very moment, would probably carry her into the night, and perhaps for days or weeks to come, telling and retelling the story to himself, judging and rejudging what had happened, who had broken their vows more deeply. The elder monk, who had briefly broken the letter of the law to honor the spirit of compassion, or the younger monk who had been so attached to his idea of purity, so trapped in his mental constructs of right and wrong, that he had lost the very mindfulness and presence that the vows were meant to cultivate. The younger monk feels the weight of recognition settling through him like sediment and water. He sees how he has been dwelling in the past, dwelling in fact in a single moment from the past, unable to release it, unable to be present for anything that has happened since. He sees how his attachment to rules has become more important than the purpose those rules were meant to serve. He sees how his judgment has created suffering, not for his teacher, who has been peacefully present all along, but for himself. The instant you speak about a thing, you miss the mark, Master Mumon had taught. And here it is, demonstrated perfectly. The moment the younger monk began thinking about what had happened, categorizing it, judging it, holding on to it, he missed the reality of what was actually occurring. He missed the next 3 hours of his life, lost in thoughts about something that was already over. The elder monk watches his student's face as understanding dawns, as the burden finally begins to lift. He does not gloat, does not lecture further. The teaching has landed. The seed has been planted. What grows from it is now up to the student. "Come," the elder monk says gently, placing a hand briefly on his student's shoulder. "Let us go inside and rest. It has been a long day of walking." They enter the monastery courtyard, and the younger monk feels lighter than he has felt in hours. The woman is finally set down. The burden is finally released, not through solving the problem or understanding it fully, but through simply seeing it, recognizing it, and allowing it to fall away. This teaching speaks to something we all carry, the burdens we refuse to set down, the grievances we clutch to our chests, the resentments we nurse like precious treasures. Someone wrongs us, hurts us, disappoints us, and we pick up that injury and carry it with us. We carry it for hours, days, years sometimes. We tell the story over and over. We replay the scene. We sharpen our sense of being wronged like a knife we intend to use someday. And all the while the person who wronged us has moved on. They set us down at the river. They finished the action and continued with their lives. But we are still carrying them, still burdened by them, still trapped in that moment that is long past. As you rest here now, what are you still carrying that you could set down? What injury from yesterday, last week, last year are you still lugging around, straining under its weight? What judgment, what resentment, what hurt are you holding on to as if letting it go would be a betrayal, would be weakness, would be defeat? The elder monk's teaching is simple and profound. You can set it down, not because what happened wasn't real, not because you weren't actually hurt or wronged, but because carrying it serves no purpose except to burden yourself. The person who hurt you, they set you down long ago. You are the one who keeps picking yourself up, keeps carrying the hurt forward into each new moment. And in carrying these burdens, what do you miss? The younger monk missed 3 hours of beautiful walking, missed the rice paddies and the shrine and the bamboo grove, missed the sunset and the cooling air, missed the opportunity to be present with his teacher, to learn from each step. He was there physically, but absent mentally, trapped in the past, unavailable for the present. What moments of beauty, of connection, of peace are you missing right now because you are still carrying something from the past? What rest are you being denied because you cannot set down the day's worries, the week's frustrations, the year's disappointments? The Buddha taught not to dwell in the past, not to dream of the future, but to concentrate the mind on the present moment. This is not just spiritual teaching, but practical wisdom for living. The past is finished. It happened, it's over, it cannot be changed. You can carry it forward if you choose, but that choice creates suffering not for anyone else, only for yourself. The elder monk knew this. When the action was complete, it was complete. He did not second-guess himself, did not worry about what others would think, did not carry guilt or pride or any other attachment to what had happened. He helped when help was needed, then released the moment completely and returned to presence. This is the freedom available to all of us. Not the freedom from difficult situations, not the freedom from rules and vows and challenges, but the freedom to complete each action and move on, to be fully present for this moment rather than trapped in the last one. To set down our burdens not because they weren't real, but because carrying them serves no one, helps nothing, changes nothing except our own ability to be here now. Let the teaching settle into you like the elder monk's hand on his student's shoulder, gentle, brief, complete. You have carried enough. You have lugged enough burdens across enough rivers. The action is over. The moment has passed. You can set it down now. Rest here, in this moment, unburdened. Let go of what you have been carrying. Not through force, not through trying, but through simple recognition. You are still carrying something that was set down long ago. You can release it. You can return to presence. You can be here, now. Available for this breath, this rest, this peaceful dissolving into sleep that asks nothing of you, except that you finally set down what you have been carrying and allow yourself to simply be here, light and present and free. From the dusty road where two monks learned about letting go, we journey now to a different kind of monastery, in a different time, where a teacher named Banki gathered students not through reputation or advertising, but through the simple power of his presence and the clarity of his teaching. Banki lived in 17th century Japan, and he taught something he called the unborn Buddha mind, a teaching so simple and direct that it confused people who expected spirituality to be complicated, who thought enlightenment must be difficult to achieve. Banki's monastery was known for accepting anyone who came seeking teaching. There were no entrance requirements, no tests to pass, no prerequisites of learning or background. If you came sincerely seeking to understand the nature of your own mind, Banki would teach you. This openness meant that all kinds of people gathered there. Scholars and illiterates, nobles and peasants, the devout and the desperate, those genuinely seeking truth and those simply seeking shelter. Among these students, there was one who caused constant disruption. Let us call him Sato, though his name has been lost to history, remembered only through the trouble he caused and the teaching that emerged from it. Sato was angry not at anything in particular, but at everything in general. He was angry at the world for not recognizing his worth, angry at himself for his failures, angry at other students for their progress, angry at Bankai for not giving him special attention. This anger manifested in constant disruption of the monastery's peace. During meditation sessions, Sato would fidget loudly, sigh dramatically, sometimes even mutter complaints. During Dharma talks, he would interrupt with hostile questions designed not to seek understanding, but to challenge and undermine. During work periods, he would shirk his duties or perform them so poorly that others had to redo what he had done. During meals, he would complain about the food, criticize the service, create tension at the communal tables. The other students began to grow resentful. They had come to practice, to learn, to cultivate peace and understanding. But Sato's constant disruption made this difficult. His negativity was like a stone thrown into a still pond. It created ripples that disturbed everything. After several weeks of this, a group of senior students approached Bankai. They were respectful but firm, their frustration barely contained beneath their formal bows and careful words. "Master," their spokesman said, "we must speak with you about Brother Sato. His behavior is unacceptable. He disrupts our meditation, derails your teachings, creates conflict at every turn. We have tried to be patient, but enough is enough. We have discussed this among ourselves, and we are in agreement. Either you expel Sato from the monastery, or we will all leave. We cannot continue to practice in this environment." It was an ultimatum, delivered by serious students who had reached the end of their tolerance. They stood before Bankai, perhaps 50 of them, representing the core of the monastery's practice community, the dedicated ones, the sincere ones, the ones who followed the rules and supported the community and did their work diligently. Bankai listened to them in silence, his face calm, his eyes kind but penetrating. When they had finished speaking, he sat quietly for a long moment, and you could see him considering not what to say, but how to help them see what they could not yet see. Finally, he spoke, and his voice was gentle but carried an authority that had nothing to do with position and everything to do with understanding. "I hear your frustration," he said. "I see how Sato's behavior affects you. But I must tell you something. I will not expel him, and I will explain why." The students shifted uncomfortably. This was not the response they had expected or wanted. "You," Banki continued, gesturing to the group before him, "are wise students. You understand the teachings. You can sit in meditation without fidgeting. You can listen to Dharma talks without interrupting. You can work diligently and eat peacefully and follow the rules. These are wonderful qualities, and I honor them in you." The students relaxed slightly, pleased by this recognition. "But precisely because you have these qualities," Banki went on, "you can learn anywhere. You could go to any of 100 monasteries and you would fit in, you would progress, you would find teachers willing to instruct you. You are, in a sense, easy students. Teaching you is a joy, but it is not particularly necessary. You will find your way with or without me." The students frowned, uncertain where this was leading. "But Sato," Bankai said, and there was something in his voice now, compassion, but also a kind of fierce commitment. "Sato is different. He is troubled, angry, disruptive. He causes problems wherever he goes. Do you think this is the first place he has been asked to leave? Do you think you are the first people who have lost patience with him?" The students were silent. "If I send him away," Banki continued, "where will he go? Who will teach him? Who will have the patience to work with someone so difficult, so angry, so disruptive? You say you cannot practice with him here, but I say he cannot learn without being here. If I expel the troublemaker, who will teach the troublemaker? You wise students, you can learn anywhere, but he can only learn here, with me, in a place that will not reject him, no matter how difficult he is." Bankai paused, letting his words settle, then delivered the teaching that cuts to the heart of everything. "So I will tell you plainly, if you all choose to leave, I will be sorry to see you go. You are good students, and I have enjoyed teaching you. But I will understand your choice and bear you no ill will. However, I will keep Sato. Even if every one of you leaves, even if I am left with only this one angry, disruptive student, I will keep him and continue to teach him, because he is the one who needs teaching most. He is the one who has nowhere else to go." The words hung in the air like the sound of a bell, resonating, spreading, touching something deep in each person who heard them. The students looked at each other, looked at Banki, looked down at their own feet. Slowly, the understanding began to dawn, not just intellectually, but in a way that changed something in the heart. They had come seeking enlightenment, seeking peace, seeking to transcend the difficulties of ordinary life. But they had been doing so by creating an ideal environment, by surrounding themselves with people like themselves, by excluding anything that disturbed their comfort. They had been, in a sense, trying to achieve peace by running from conflict rather than by transforming it. And Sato difficult, angry, disruptive. Sato was offering them something precious if they could see it. He was offering them the opportunity to practice patience, not in easy circumstances, but in difficult ones. He was offering them the chance to develop compassion, not for people like themselves, but for people completely unlike themselves. He was showing them where their practice was still shallow, where their understanding was still conditional, where their peace depended on external circumstances being arranged just so. Banki had seen this, and rather than protect his good students from the difficult one, he had chosen to protect the difficult one from rejection, from abandonment, from the message that he was too broken to be helped, too difficult to be loved. What happened next is the most remarkable part of the story. Sato, who had been sitting alone in a corner of the meditation hall because no one wanted to sit near him, had overheard everything. He had heard the students' complaints about him, their demand that he be expelled. He had heard Bankei's response, the master's unwavering commitment to teaching him, even if it cost him every other student. And something in Sato broke open, not the violent breaking of destruction, but the tender breaking of a seed that has been buried in hard soil. that finally cracks and allows the green shoot of new growth to emerge. He began to weep, not quiet, dignified tears, but deep, wrenching sobs that came from a place of such pain and such relief that everyone in the monastery could hear. He wept for all the times he had been rejected, all the places he had been asked to leave, all the people who had given up on him. He wept for his own anger and the suffering it had caused both himself and others. He wept because someone finally had said, "You are worth teaching, even if you are difficult, even if you disrupt, even if you cost me everyone else." The students who had demanded his expulsion stood frozen, witnesses to this raw outpouring of pain and recognition. And in witnessing it, they saw their own hardness of heart, their own conditional compassion, their own preference for comfortable practice over transformative practice. Sato prostrated himself before Bankai, his forehead on the floor, his body shaking with sobs. "Master," he managed to say between breaths, "I am so sorry. I have been terrible. I have disrupted everything. I have caused so much trouble. I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I'm so angry all the time. But hearing you refuse to give up on me, something in me broke. Or maybe something in me finally opened. I don't know. But I want to change. I want to learn. Please, please teach me." Bankai rose from his seat and walked over to where Sato lay prostrate. He knelt beside him, this master, this enlightened teacher, kneeling beside this angry, broken, difficult student, and gently helped him to sit up. "You asked me to teach you," Bankai said softly, his hands on Sato's shoulders, looking into his tear-streaked face. "But you have already learned the most important lesson. You have learned that you are worthy of compassion, even when you are difficult. You have learned that transformation is possible even for someone who seems impossible. You have learned that the Buddha nature exists in you despite all the anger and disruption that has obscured it." Bankai turned to address all the students, his hands still on Sato's shoulders. "This," he said, "is why we practice together. Not to create a community of perfect people who never challenge each other, but to create a crucible where transformation becomes possible. Sato has been your teacher as much as I have been. He has shown you where your compassion is still conditional, where your patience is still shallow, where your practice depends on circumstances being comfortable." Then Bankai said something that has been remembered and repeated for centuries, a teaching that goes to the heart of Zen practice. If you haven't got a temper, there's nothing to get rid of. The fact that Sato has shown you his anger means there is something real to work with. The danger is not in being angry or difficult. The danger is in pretending you are not, in hiding your difficulties behind a mask of false peace. The students began to understand. They had thought Sato was the problem, but in truth, he was the mirror showing them their own limitations. They had thought they were the good students and he was the bad one, but in truth, they were all students, all learning, all carrying difficulties that needed compassion. Sato's were just more visible. Over the following weeks and months, something extraordinary happened in that monastery. Sato did change, but not through being scolded or punished or expelled. He changed because he had finally encountered unconditional acceptance, had finally found a place that would not abandon him no matter how difficult he was. And in that safety, that acceptance, the armor of anger that he had worn for so long began to soften and fall away. But the other students changed too. They learned to practice patience with Sato's outbursts, to respond to his anger with compassion rather than judgment, to see in his difficulties a reflection of their own hidden struggles. They learned that spiritual practice is not about creating perfect conditions, but about working with imperfect conditions with grace and understanding. And perhaps most importantly, they learned what Bankai had been trying to teach them all along, that the Buddha nature, the unborn mind that is our true nature, exists equally in everyone, in the wise student and the difficult one, in the peaceful meditator and the angry disruptor, in the teacher and the troublemaker. It is unborn, meaning it was never created and cannot be destroyed. It exists whether we recognize it or not, whether we honor it or not, whether we are easy to teach or difficult. As you rest here now, consider this teaching. What parts of yourself have you tried to expel, to reject, to get rid of, because they are difficult or disruptive or not fitting the image of who you think you should be? What anger What sadness, what fear have you tried to kick out of the monastery of your own heart, declaring them unworthy of compassion? And what if, like Bankai, you could refuse to expel even the most difficult parts of yourself? What if you could say, I will keep you, I will work with you, I will teach you with patience and compassion, even if it's difficult, even if it takes time, even if the easier path would be to simply reject you and pretend you don't exist? The teaching of Bankai and the troublemaker is that transformation comes not through rejection, but through acceptance, not through expelling what is difficult, but through embracing it with compassion. You cannot make peace by creating internal warfare. You cannot find wholeness by cutting away the parts of yourself you don't like. What we reject in others, the Buddha taught, lives unhealed in ourselves. The students wanted to reject Sato because they could not accept the anger, the disruption, the difficulty in themselves. But Bankai showed them another way, the way of radical acceptance, of unconditional compassion, of refusing to give up on anyone, including themselves. Let this teaching settle into you now like Bankai's hands on Sato's shoulders, gentle, firm, refusing to let go. You are worthy of compassion, all of you. Even the difficult parts, even the parts that disrupt, even the parts that don't fit the image of who you think you should be. You don't need to expel anything. You need only to hold everything with the same unconditional acceptance that Bankai offered Sato. Rest now in that acceptance, in that refusal to reject any part of your experience, any part of yourself. You are already whole, already complete, already worthy of compassion, not despite your difficulties, but including them. Not after you fix everything, but right now, exactly as you are. Close your eyes and let yourself be held in that unconditional acceptance, the way Sato was held, the way you have always deserved to be held. Complete and worthy and perfectly, impossibly, beautifully yourself. From Bankai's monastery, where unconditional compassion taught transformation, let us journey now into the natural world, to a bamboo grove in the mountains, where a different kind of teaching unfolds. A teaching written not in words, but in the living architecture of plants that bend but never break, hat yield but never surrender, that understands something profound about the relationship between strength and flexibility. The night is settling around us now, and if you listen carefully, you can almost hear it, the sound of wind moving through bamboo, that distinctive hollow rattle, that gentle percussion of countless stalks touching and releasing, touching and releasing. It is a sound that has accompanied meditation in Asian monasteries for thousands of years, a sound that carries its own teaching if we learn to hear it properly. In this particular bamboo grove, which grows on a mountainside where the soil is thin and rocky, where typhoons sweep through with devastating force several times each year, there grows a community of bamboo plants of various ages. Some are thick and mature, their green fading to gold with age. Others are young and tender, their shoots having only recently broken through the earth, reaching toward the light with the optimistic urgency of new life. Among these young bamboo plants, there is one we will follow tonight, a shoot that emerged early in the spring, that has grown rapidly through the summer, and that is now, as autumn approaches, beginning to develop its characteristic strength and resilience. But this young bamboo does not yet understand what it means to be bamboo. It looks around at other plants in the forest and sees different strategies for survival. It sees the great oak trees standing firm and solid, their massive trunks defying wind and weather, their roots going deep into the earth, their branches spread wide in declarations of strength and permanence. That, thinks the young bamboo, is what it means to be strong, to stand firm, to never bend, to resist with all your might whatever forces try to move you. The young bamboo tries to imitate this strength. When the wind blows, it stiffens itself, trying to stand absolutely still, trying to resist the movement of the air. It is proud of this strength, this refusal to bend. See, it thinks, I am strong like the oak, I do not bend, I am not weak. Near the young bamboo grows an alder, a bamboo that has stood in this grove for 30 years, that has weathered countless storms, countless typhoons, countless seasons of snow and ice and scorching sun. This elder bamboo has learned things that cannot be taught in words, only in experience, only in the living through of difficulty, and the discovering of what actually works versus what only seems like it should work. The elder bamboo watches the young one with something like amused concern, not worry exactly, because bamboo does not worry in the way humans worry, but an awareness that the young one is learning something the hard way, through resistance rather than through wisdom. "Little one," the elder bamboo says one evening when the wind is gentle and there is time for conversation, "why do you stiffen yourself so when the wind blows? Why do you fight against the movement?" The young bamboo, proud of its supposed strength, responds with the certainty of those who have not yet been tested by real difficulty. "I am being strong, like the oak trees. I am standing firm against the wind. I am not weak like those grasses that bend with every breeze. I am learning to be immovable." The elder bamboo is silent for a moment, and if bamboo could smile, this one would be smiling, not in mockery, but in recognition of a younger version of itself, of the same mistake it once made, of the hard lessons that inevitably come to those who confuse rigidity with strength. "Tell me," the elder says gently, "what happens to the oak in a great storm?" The young bamboo considers this. It has seen the oaks standing firm through many winds, has admired their solid resistance. "They stand strong," it says. "They don't bend." "Some of them," the elder agrees, "but have you noticed the oaks that lie fallen after the great typhoons? Have you seen their massive trunks split and shattered, their roots torn from the earth, their strength turned against them?" The young bamboo has noticed this but had not thought deeply about it. Indeed, after the last great storm, several large oaks had fallen, their wood cracked with sounds like thunder, their branches spread across the forest floor like the fingers of giants brought low. "But they were strong," the young bamboo protests. "They stood firm." "How could they fall?" "They fell," the elder bamboo says, "because they were rigid. They confused resistance with strength, inflexibility with power. When the great winds came, they had only one strategy to stand firm, to resist. And when the wind became stronger than their ability to resist, they broke. Their strength became their weakness." The young bamboo feels something shifting in its understanding, like soil settling after rain, but it is not yet convinced. "Are you saying we should be weak, that we should give in to every breeze?" "No," the elder says, and there is something profound in its voice, something that carries the weight of decades of experience. "I am saying there is a difference between weakness and flexibility, between giving in and adapting, between breaking and bending." The elder bamboo continues, its voice taking on the quality of teaching, of transmission. "Watch me when the wind blows. I do not resist. I do not stiffen myself against it. I bend. I bow down, sometimes so low that my top touches the ground. I yield to the wind completely, without resistance, without fight." "But that seems weak," the young bamboo says. "Does it?" the elder asks. "I have stood in this grove for 30 years. I have weathered typhoons that uprooted oaks 5 times my thickness. I have bent under snow so heavy it should have broken me. I have bowed before winds so strong they seemed like the breath of angry gods. And yet I stand here, unbroken. Tell me which is weak, the oak that stood firm and now lies shattered on the forest floor, or the bamboo that bent to the ground and then rose again?" The young bamboo has no answer to this. "You see rigidity," the elder continues, "and you call it strength, but rigidity is brittle. It can only be strong up to a point, and then it breaks catastrophically all at once. But flexibility, true flexibility, is a different kind of strength. It allows you to bend 90 degrees, to touch the earth, to yield completely to force, and yet never break, never surrender your essential integrity." "But doesn't it hurt?" the young bamboo asks. "To bend so far, doesn't it hurt?" The elder considers this. Does it hurt a river to flow around a stone? Does it hurt water to take the shape of whatever container holds it? Does the wind suffer when it changes direction? You are thinking of bending as a kind of damage, a kind of diminishment. But bending is simply movement, simply adaptation, simply being responsive to what is actually happening rather than what you think should happen. As if to demonstrate, A gust of wind sweeps through the grove. The young bamboo, still in its habit of resistance, stiffens and tries to remain upright. It feels the strain through its entire length, feels the stress at its base where it emerges from the soil, feels itself vibrating with the effort of resisting. But the elder bamboo, the elder simply bends, gracefully, completely, without resistance. It curves with the wind, bowing deeply, its top sweeping through the air like a dancer's arm, yielding utterly. And when the gust passes, the elder springs back to vertical, unharmed, unstressed, as if nothing had happened. The young bamboo, still vibrating from its effort to resist, begins to understand. The Buddha taught, the elder says. And yes, even bamboo knows the Buddha's teaching, because the Buddha's teaching is simply the teaching of reality itself, of how things actually are rather than how we wish them to be, that nothing is forever except change. Everything is always changing, always moving, always in flux. The rigid cannot accommodate change, they can only resist it until they break. The elder continues, its voice carrying the sound of wind through leaves. But the flexible can dance with change. They can move with it, adapt to it, flow with it. They survive not by resisting change, but by being so flexible they can accommodate any change without losing their essential nature. A pause, and then, I am still bamboo when I bend to the ground. I am still myself when I yield to the wind. Bending does not diminish me. It simply allows me to continue existing, to continue growing, to continue being bamboo through all conditions. Over the following weeks, the young bamboo begins to experiment with this teaching. At first, it is frightening to let go of the resistance, to allow the bending. It feels like giving up, like weakness, like surrender. But gradually, the young bamboo discovers something remarkable. When it bends with the wind instead of resisting, there is no strain. The wind moves through and past rather than pressing against. What had been a battle becomes a kind of dance. What had been exhausting becomes effortless. And more than that, in bending, the young bamboo discovers it can bend much farther than it ever imagined. It discovers a flexibility it did not know it possessed. It discovers that it can bow to the earth and still spring back, can yield completely and still remain itself. Then comes the autumn typhoon, the first great storm the young bamboo has experienced. The winds build slowly at first, then faster, then with a ferocity that seems apocalyptic. The sky darkens, the rain comes in horizontal sheets, and the wind is like nothing the young bamboo has imagined, a force so powerful it seems it could tear the mountain itself from its roots. The young bamboo watches in horror as several oaks, massive, ancient oaks, that have stood for 100 years crack and fall, their wood splitting with sounds like cannon fire, their massive crowns crashing to the forest floor. Surely, if trees so large and strong cannot withstand this wind, how can a young bamboo hope to survive? But the elder bamboo has already begun to bend, and the young bamboo, remembering the teaching, allows itself to bend as well. And it bends farther than it ever has before, bends 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees. The wind grows stronger, and the young bamboo bends further, 70 degrees, 80 degrees. At 85 degrees, with its top nearly touching the ground, the young bamboo feels a moment of panic. Surely this is too far. Surely it will break. Surely there is a limit to how far one can bend. But the elder bamboo, nearby, is also bent nearly to the ground, and its voice comes through the screaming wind. Trust the flexibility. Trust the bending. You will not break. And the young bamboo, terrified but trusting, lets go of the last resistance and bends fully to 90 degrees, its top touching the earth, completely yielded to the wind's force. And in that position of complete surrender, of absolute yielding, it discovers something extraordinary. The wind cannot break what does not resist. The wind flows over and around, having nothing to push against, nothing to snap, nothing to shatter. The bamboo, bent to the earth, is aerodynamic, streamlined, offering no resistance. And so it survives, minute after minute, hour after hour, through the entire terrible night of the typhoon. When morning comes and the winds finally subside, the young bamboo slowly straightens. It is intact, unbroken. It has survived its first great trial. Around it, the forest is transformed. Oaks lie fallen. Branches are scattered everywhere. Entire trees have been uprooted, but the bamboo grove stands bent certainly, straightening slowly, but alive, intact, unbroken. Now do you understand? The elder bamboo asks, and the young bamboo understands. It understands that there is a difference between rigidity and strength, between resistance and resilience. It understands that true strength is not in refusing to bend, but in being able to bend so far you touch the earth and then spring back, whole and undamaged. It understands what the Buddha meant when he taught that nothing is forever except change. The rigid the oak trees tried to make their strength permanent, unchanging, fixed. And when faced with a force greater than their resistance, they had nowhere to go but to break. But the bamboo, flexible and yielding, can accommodate any force, any change, any storm. Not through resistance, but through adaptation. Not through fighting, but through flowing. Not through being harder than the wind, but by being softer, more flexible, more willing to yield. As you rest here now, feel this teaching in your own body. Where are you rigid? Where are you holding tight, resisting, trying to stand firm against forces you cannot control? Where are you being like the oak, proud of your strength but setting yourself up for breaking? And where could you bend instead? Where could you yield, not in weakness but in wisdom? Where could you let go of resistance and discover the deeper strength that comes from flexibility? The day's worries, the tensions you carry, the conflicts you're holding on to, these are like the wind that wants to bend you. You can resist, you can stiffen yourself against them, you can try to stand firm, and perhaps you'll succeed for a while. But eventually, if you remain rigid, something will break. Or you can bend, you can yield, you can let yourself bow to the earth under the weight of it all and discover that bending is not breaking, yielding is not failing, and touching the earth is not defeat but wisdom. The bamboo that bends survives the storm. The bamboo that resists becomes firewood. Which will you choose to be? Let yourself bend now, here, in the safety of this rest. Let yourself yield to the tiredness, to the weight of the day, to the simple fact that you cannot hold yourself rigid forever. Bend like bamboo, bow like bamboo, touch the earth like bamboo, and discover that you don't break. You simply rest. You simply allow. You simply survive by being flexible enough to accommodate whatever comes. And tomorrow, like the bamboo after the typhoon, you will slowly straighten, intact and whole. Strengthened not by having resisted, but by having learned to bend, to yield, to dance with the forces you cannot control, to be strong through flexibility rather than through rigidity. This is the bamboo's teaching, the storm's teaching, the teaching written in the very structure of what survives and what breaks. Resistance creates suffering. Acceptance creates peace. Rigidity leads to breaking. Flexibility leads to survival. The question is not whether you will be bent, life will bend you. The question is whether you will bend and spring back, or resist and break. Choose the wisdom of bamboo. Choose to bend. Choose to yield. Choose to survive through flexibility, through adaptation, through the deep strength that comes not from being unmovable, but from being able to move with whatever comes, and still, always, return to yourself, whole and unbroken and alive. From the bamboo grove where we learned the strength of yielding, let us walk now through narrow streets to a small room where one of Zen's most iconoclastic masters sits in morning light, watching dust motes dance in a sunbeam, completely content with what others might consider chaos. This is the world of Ikkyu Sojin, the 15th century Zen monk who broke every rule, who drank sake and wrote poetry about love and criticized the hypocrisy of religious institutions, yet who understood the essence of Zen more deeply than the most proper and respectable abbots. Ikkyu lived simply not in a grand monastery, but in a small room that most people would consider inadequate for a teacher of his stature. The room was sparse, containing little more than a sleeping mat some writing materials, a few scrolls, and the accumulated dust and disorder that comes from someone more interested in immediate experience than in maintaining appearances. It was this dust, in fact, that brings us to today's teaching. A student had come to visit Ikkyu, traveling several days to seek instruction from this famous master. The student was young, earnest, and like many who take up spiritual practice, possessed of a certain perfectionism, a belief that enlightenment required getting everything exactly right, making everything pure, eliminating all flaws and imperfections from one's environment and one's mind. When the student arrived at Ikkyu's room and was invited inside, he could not hide his shock at the condition of the place. Dust covered every surface. Cobwebs hung in the corners. Papers were scattered rather than neatly stacked. The floor had not been swept in what appeared to be weeks, perhaps months. For someone who had come from a monastery where cleanliness was considered next to godliness, where the meditation hall was spotless and every object in its precise place, this disorder was disturbing. The student tried to hide his reaction, tried to focus on why he had come to receive teaching from this renowned master. But his eyes kept wandering to the dust, to the disorder, to all the ways this room failed to meet the standards he had been taught. Ikkyu, of course, noticed. Ikkyu noticed everything, though he often pretended not to. He was watching the student with the same amused attention he gave to everything in life. Not judging, not condemning, just observing with clear eyes the human comedy playing out in front of him. "Master," the student finally said, unable to contain himself any longer, "forgive me for mentioning it, but your room is quite dusty. Would you like me to clean it for you? I would be honored to help you create a more suitable environment for your practice." Ikkyu smiled, that slightly mischievous smile that people who knew him had learned meant a teaching was coming, though probably not the teaching the student expected. "Dusty?" Ikkyu said, looking around the room as if seeing it for the first time. "Yes, I suppose it is. But tell me, why should I clean it?" The student was taken aback by the question. It seemed so obvious. "Well, master, to create a pure environment, to eliminate distractions, to make a proper space for meditation and study. Dust is dirt. It accumulates. It clouds things. It represents impermanence and decay. Surely a Zen master would want to keep his space clean and clear." Ikkyu nodded thoughtfully, as if seriously considering this perspective. Then he stood and walked to where a shaft of morning light was pouring through the window, illuminating a column of air filled with dancing dust motes. He gestured to the student to come and look. "See this?" Ikkyu said, pointing to the dust motes floating and spinning in the sunlight, each one catching the light, each one moving in its own pattern, the whole creating a kind of slow-motion galaxy of microscopic dances. The student looked. He saw dust, particles of dirt floating in the air, made visible by the light. Proof, perhaps, of how dirty the room really was. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Ikkyu said softly, and there was something in his voice, a genuine appreciation, a real seeing, that made the student pause and look again. And looking again, the student began to see it differently. The dust motes were beautiful, in their way. Each particle catching the light, each one moving in response to currents of air too subtle to feel, each one part of an intricate dance of matter and energy and light. They sparkled, they spiraled, they created patterns that shifted and flowed like water, like silk, like something alive and intentional. "I could clean," Ikkyu said, still watching the dust dance, "and disturb their performance. I could sweep and wipe and eliminate every particle. And then this shaft of light would pass through empty air, clean perhaps, but also lifeless, invisible. Nothing to catch the light, nothing to dance, nothing to show me the movement of air, the presence of light, the simple fact of matter existing in space." The student frowned, trying to understand. "But master, dust is just debris, dead skin cells, dirt from outside, particles of decay. How can you find beauty in that?" Ikkyu turned to face the student, his eyes bright with something that might have been laughter, or might have been compassion, or might have been both at once. "You call it debris," he said. "You call it dirt. You call it decay. And in calling it these things, you place it in a category marked bad, or unwanted, or impure. But what if I showed you that this dust is made of the same stuff as everything else? That some of these particles were once part of mountains, part of stars, part of living beings, that they have traveled through space and time to arrive at this exact moment, in this exact shaft of light, performing this exact dance? The student listened, his categories beginning to blur at the edges. I clean, Ikkyu continued, and disturb their dance. I don't clean, and witness their beauty. Either way, dust. Either way, light. The question is not which is more pure or proper. The question is which brings more peace, which brings more awareness, which brings more presence to this moment, exactly as it is. Ikkyu walked over to a corner of the room where dust had accumulated in a small drift against the wall. He knelt beside it, looking at it the way a scholar might examine a precious text. This dust, he said, tells stories. These particles near the window, they're lighter, finer, probably pollen from the cherry trees that bloomed last month. These darker ones, ash from the fire I burned 3 nights ago when the evening was cold. These tiny fibers, threads from my robe, unwinding particle by particle, the robe itself slowly returning to the world that made it. Every speck of dust is a history, a journey, a story of transformation. The student knelt beside Ikkyu, looking at the dust with new eyes, beginning to see it not as dirt but as evidence. Evidence of life happening, of time passing, of the constant exchange between inside and outside, between self and world, between what we call clean and what we call dirty. My teacher used to tell me, Ikkyu said, settling back on his heels, his eyes distant with memory. Make everything clean, make your mind pure, eliminate all defilements. And I tried. Oh, how I tried. I swept and scrubbed and polished until everything shone. I watched my mind like a hawk, attacking every impure thought, every wrong feeling, trying to create this pristine mental environment where enlightenment could finally occur. What happened? The student asked, genuinely curious now. I became exhausted, Ikkyu said simply, and then I became bitter, because no matter how much I cleaned, dust returned. No matter how much I purified my mind, thoughts arose. I was at war with reality itself, trying to create a static perfection in a universe that is fundamentally dynamic, fundamentally changing, fundamentally imperfect by the very standards I was trying to impose. Ikkyu stood and walked back to the window, back to the dancing dust motes. And then one day I was sweeping again, endlessly sweeping, and I raised so much dust that it filled the shaft of light just like this one. And I stopped, frustrated, thinking I had made things worse. But then I really looked at what I had created. This universe of particles, this galaxy of dust, each mote catching the light, each one dancing, each one exactly where it was supposed to be in that moment. And I laughed. I laughed so hard I had to sit down. What did you realize? The student asked. I realized that I had been confusing cleanliness with purity, order with peace, the absence of dust with the presence of clarity. But purity is not the absence of dust. Purity is seeing the dust clearly, exactly as it is, without adding layers of judgment and aversion. Peace is not having a perfectly ordered environment. Peace is being at peace with whatever environment you have. Clarity is not eliminating all distractions. Clarity is seeing through the distraction to what is actually here. Ikkyu returned to his seat and gestured for the student to sit as well. The famous Master Ikkyu, he said, referring to himself with typical irreverence, once wrote a poem. Would you like to hear it? The student nodded eagerly. Ikkyu closed his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice took on a different quality, the rhythmic quality of poetry, of words that have been polished through repetition until they shine. Many paths lead from the foot of the mountain, but at the peak we all gaze at the single bright moon. You can climb by the path of rules and regulations, sweeping dust and maintaining order, or you can climb by the path of acceptance, letting dust settle where it will. At the peak, tell me, does it matter which path you took? The moon shines on the dusty and the clean alike. The student sat with this, feeling something shift in his understanding. He had come seeking instruction on how to practice more perfectly, how to eliminate imperfections, how to become pure enough for enlightenment. But Ikkyu was offering something different. Not a path to perfection, but a recognition that the pursuit of perfection itself might be the obstacle. "But Master," the student said, still struggling with this teaching, "surely there is value in cleanliness, in order, in creating appropriate conditions for practice." "Of course," Ikkyu agreed readily. "I'm not saying never clean. I'm saying don't make cleanliness into another form of attachment, another form of aversion, another way of rejecting what is in favor of some ideal of what should be. Clean if it serves you. Don't clean if it serves you. But don't make either choice into a religion, into a measuring stick of your worth or your progress." Ikkyu gestured again to the dancing dust motes. "Some days I clean this room thoroughly. I sweep and wipe and organize, and it feels good. There's a kind of meditation in the simple acts of care, of tending to one's space. But some days, like today, I choose to leave it as it is, not out of laziness, not out of negligence, but because I find beauty in the dust, wisdom in the disorder, teaching in what others might call mess." "The dust reminds me," Ikkyu continued, "that impermanence is not a problem to be solved, but a truth to be accepted. Everything is always falling apart, always breaking down, always returning to dust. You can fight this truth, spending your life trying to maintain some impossible stasis, or you can accept it, even celebrate it, seeing in the dust the simple fact of change, of transformation, of the great cycle of things coming together and falling apart." The student thought about his own practice, his own room back at the monastery, kept spotless through constant vigilance and effort. How much energy did he spend maintaining that perfect environment? And was that energy serving his awakening, or was it just another form of control, another way of trying to manage reality into compliance with his preferences? "Let me ask you something," Ikkyu said, leaning forward slightly. "When you sit in meditation, in your perfectly clean meditation hall, with everything in its place and not a speck of dust visible, what is your mind doing?" The student considered this honestly. "Often," he admitted, "I'm thinking about dust, about whether any has accumulated since I last cleaned, about whether the student who sits next to me might be less clean than he should be, might be bringing in dirt from outside, about whether my own robe is perfectly clean, or whether there might be a stain I missed." Ikkyu nodded knowingly. "So the very cleanliness you created to eliminate distraction has become the distraction. The very purity you sought has become impure, contaminated by worry, by judgment, by the constant monitoring of whether everything is still pure enough." The teaching was landing now, really landing. The student could feel it settling into him like dust settling through air, slowly, naturally, finding its own level. "But here," Ikkyu said, gesturing around his dusty room, "when I sit in meditation, I am not thinking about dust, because I have accepted the dust. It is here. It is part of the environment. It requires nothing from me. I don't need to eliminate it, or hide from it, or pretend it doesn't exist. It's just dust, dancing in the light when there is light, settling quietly when there is no light. It's perfect exactly as it is." "Perfect?" the student asked. "Perfect," Ikkyu confirmed. "Not perfect as in flawless, but perfect as in exactly what it is, nothing more or less, not trying to be anything else. That dust mote floating in the sunbeam, is it a failed piece of mountain? A defective particle? No. It is completely, perfectly itself, doing exactly what dust does, being exactly what dust is. That is perfection, not the absence of flaws, but the complete presence of what is, just as it is." The student sat in silence, watching the dust dance, and something in him relaxed. Something that had been held tight, held perfect, held pure. It loosened, it settled, it became dust returning to earth. "Stay for tea," Ikkyu said, standing and moving toward a small hearth in the corner. "And if you want to clean while we wait for the water to boil, clean. If you want to sit and watch the dust dance, watch. Either way is practice. Either way is Zen." The only wrong choice is the one made from the belief that you must choose perfectly, must do everything right, must eliminate all dust before you can rest. As you settle here now, feel this teaching settling through you like dust through light. What dust are you fighting? What imperfections are you trying to eliminate before you allow yourself to rest? What disorder in your life, in your mind, in your circumstances are you convinced must be resolved before you can be at peace? And what if you could accept the dust, not ignore it, not give up on ever cleaning, but simply accept that dust is part of life, that disorder is part of living, that imperfection is not the obstacle to peace, but only our resistance to imperfection creates suffering. Let the dust settle. Let things be as they are. Let yourself rest not in perfect conditions, but in these conditions, exactly as they are, dust and all. Because perfection is not the absence of dust, but peace with its presence. And you are already perfect, already complete, already exactly what you need to be in this moment. Dust and all, flaws and all, exactly and completely and perfectly yourself. Rest now in that dusty, perfect, completely imperfect peace. The dust is dancing. The light is shining. Everything is exactly as it is. And that is enough. From IQ's dusty room where we learned that perfection lies in accepting imperfection, we now enter territory that seems to make no sense at all, that violates logic and reason, that asks us to walk through doors that have no opening and to answer questions that have no answers. We enter the world of the koan, those puzzling Zen riddles designed not to be solved by the thinking mind but to exhaust it, to frustrate it, to finally break it open so that something deeper than thought can emerge. Our guide through this impossible landscape is Master Mumon Ekai, who lived in 13th century China and compiled a collection of koans that has challenged and confounded seekers for 800 years. The collection is called the Mumonkan, the Gateless Gate. And this name itself is the teaching, the paradox, the impossible thing we are asked to understand. A gate with no gate, a barrier with no barrier, an entrance that is also an exit, a threshold that does not exist, a passage that cannot be passed through and yet must be passed through if one wishes to truly understand. In Mumon's monastery, students would come from across China and beyond, drawn by the reputation of this master who taught through paradox, who gave impossible tasks, who seemed to take delight in confounding the rational mind. They would arrive with their questions neatly formulated, their understanding carefully structured, their minds organized and ready to receive teaching in the way teaching is usually given, through explanation, through logic, through the systematic building of understanding. And Mumon would give them koans instead, impossible questions, nonsense statements, paradoxes that seem designed to break rather than build, to demolish rather than construct. One such student, let us call him Chen, though his name is lost to history, arrived at Mumon's monastery after years of studying Buddhist philosophy. Chen had read all the major texts. He could quote sutras from memory. He understood, intellectually, the concepts of emptiness and form, of dependent origination, of the nature of mind. He was, by all conventional measures, an excellent student of Buddhism. But something was missing. Despite all his knowledge, despite his impressive understanding, he had not experienced the breakthrough that the texts described, had not touched the direct insight that transcends intellectual comprehension. He had come to Mumon hoping to finally achieve this breakthrough, to finally move from knowing about enlightenment to knowing enlightenment itself. Mumon received him kindly, listened to his story, nodded at his extensive credentials. Then he gave Chen his koan. "You must pass through the gateless gate," Mumon said simply. Chen waited for more, for explanation, for context. But Mumon simply smiled and gestured for Chen to go contemplate this instruction. Chen went to his assigned place in the meditation hall and sat down to consider what he had been told. Pass through the gateless gate. What could this mean? His analytical mind immediately began to work on the problem. If there is a gate, it must have some characteristics: height, width, material construction. But if the gate is gateless, then it has no such characteristics. So perhaps the teaching is that there is no actual gate, that the barrier is illusory? But if the barrier is illusory, why must one pass through it? One cannot pass through something that doesn't exist. Chen spent days on this reasoning, going in circles, arriving at conclusions that immediately contradicted themselves. Every time he thought he had figured it out, the solution would collapse under examination. It was like trying to grab water. The tighter he gripped, the more it slipped away. After a week, Chen returned to Momo with what he thought was the answer. "Master," he said confidently, "I understand. The gateless gate represents the illusory nature of barriers. In reality, there is nothing to pass through because there is no gate. The gateless gate is emptiness itself." Mumon looked at him for a long moment, then said simply, "No." Chen was shocked. He had been so certain. He returned to the meditation hall, his confidence shaken but his determination renewed. He would approach this differently. Perhaps the answer was more subtle, more complex. He spent another week contemplating, building elaborate theories about the gateless gate. Perhaps it represented the transition from dualistic to non-dualistic thinking. Perhaps it symbolized the dissolution of the subject-object distinction. Perhaps it was a metaphor for the pathless path, the journey that is not a journey. Each theory seemed brilliant when he first conceived it. Each one seemed to unlock the mystery. But each one, when he brought it to Mumon, was met with the same simple, devastating response: numb. After a month of this, Chen was becoming desperate. His analytical mind, which had always been his strength, which had allowed him to excel at philosophical studies, seemed useless here. Worse than useless, it seemed to be the obstacle. Every answer he generated, no matter how clever or sophisticated, was wrong. "I don't understand," Chen finally said to Mumon, frustration breaking through his carefully maintained student demeanor. "You ask me to pass through a gate that has no gate. This is impossible. It's nonsense. How can I pass through something that doesn't exist? How can I enter through an entrance that has no opening?" Mumon smiled, and in that smile was something Chen had not seen before. Not mockery, not superiority, but recognition. Recognition that Chen was finally at the right place, the place where the teaching could actually begin. "You say it's impossible," Mumon said. "You say it makes no sense. Good. Excellent. Now you are beginning to understand." Chen stared at him, confused. "Beginning to understand? I understand nothing. I'm more confused than when I arrived." "Exactly," Momol said, his voice gentle but penetrating. "You arrived full of understanding concepts, theories, intellectual knowledge. Your mind was like a cup filled to overflowing with ideas about enlightenment. But the gateless gate cannot be understood by the mind that thinks it understands. It can only be entered by the mind that has stopped trying to understand." "But how?" Chen asked, and there was real anguish in his voice now. "How do I stop trying to understand? Every time I try to stop trying, I'm still trying." "Yes," Momon agreed, "this is the gateless gate. You cannot try to enter it because trying is itself the barrier. But you cannot not try becomes another form of trying. You cannot think your way through because thinking creates the gate. But you cannot not think because that is still thinking about not thinking." Chen felt something approaching panic. He was trapped in an impossible situation, caught in paradoxes that seemed to multiply the more he tried to resolve them. "Sit with this impossibility," Moomin instructed. "Don't try to solve it. Don't try to figure it out. Don't try to be clever or insightful or anything else. Just sit with the complete, total, absolute impossibility of what you have been asked to do. Sit with not knowing. Sit with confusion. Sit with the failure of every strategy your mind can devise." So Chen sat. Day after day, week after week, he sat with the koan. And something strange began to happen. The desperate grasping for answers began to exhaust itself. The constant churning of his analytical mind began to slow. Not because he decided to slow it, but because it had simply run out of fuel, run out of angles to approach the problem from, run out of clever solutions to try. In the space where all that mental activity had been, something else began to emerge. Not an answer exactly, but a quality of awareness that was different from thinking. A kind of presence that existed before thoughts arose, beneath thoughts, around thoughts. One morning, Chen was sitting in the meditation hall, not trying to solve the koan, not trying to do anything, just sitting with the complete impossibility of it all. And in that moment of not trying, of not grasping, of not seeking, something shifted. It wasn't that he suddenly understood the koan intellectually. It was more that the koan dissolved. The question and the questioner, the gate and the one trying to pass through it, the barrier and the one seeking to overcome it, all of these separated things suddenly were not separate. There was just this moment, this breathing, this sitting, this being. And in this simple, direct experience, there was no gate, because there had never been a gate. There was no passing through, because there was nowhere to go. There was no entering, because he had never been outside. The gateless gate was not a puzzle to be solved, but a recognition to be had. It was seeing directly that the barriers we experience are created by the thinking mind, by the separation of self and other, by the belief that we are here and enlightenment is there, by the entire structure of seeking something we imagine we lack. Chen found himself laughing. Not a polite, controlled laugh, but a deep belly laugh that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his usual self. He laughed at the simplicity of it, at how obvious it was once seen, at how he had spent weeks trying to understand something that could only be experienced when understanding ceased. He went to Mumon, but before he could speak, Mumon was already smiling. "You have passed through," Mumon said. "There was nothing to pass through," Chen said, still half laughing. "Exactly," Mumon confirmed. "And yet you had to pass through it. This is the gateless gate. There is no barrier, and yet everyone is stopped by it. There is no gate, and yet no one can enter without passing through. It makes no sense to the rational mind, and yet it is the most obvious, simple, direct truth there is." Mumon continued, his voice taking on the quality of formal teaching. "The instant you speak about a thing, you miss the mark. The instant you think you understand it, you have lost it. The instant you grasp for it, it disappears. But when you stop speaking, stop understanding, stop grasping, there it is. It has always been. You have never been separate from it." Chen nodded, not with intellectual agreement, but with recognition. He had experienced what the ancient masters wrote about, what the sutras pointed toward, what all his years of study had described, but never delivered. The direct, immediate, non-conceptual recognition of what he already was, what had always been, what could never be gained, because it had never been lost. "But Master," Chen said, a question arising, "if there is no gate, if there is nothing to pass through, why do we practice? Why do we struggle with koans? Why not just tell students directly that there is nothing to achieve?" Mumon's eyes crinkled with that particular combination of wisdom and mischief that characterized his teaching. "We do tell them," he said. "Every day we tell them. You are already enlightened. There is nothing to gain. Your true nature is always present." But hearing this is not the same as knowing this. Knowing this intellectually is not the same as experiencing this directly. The koan is not a puzzle to be solved, but a way of exhausting the mind that thinks it needs to solve something, the self that thinks it needs to achieve something, the seeker that thinks enlightenment is somewhere else, sometime else, someone else. "The gateless gate," Mumon continued, "shows you that the barrier is not real, but you cannot simply believe this. You must discover it. You must bang your head against the impossible gate until the head stops banging and realizes it was creating the gate all along. This discovery cannot be given. It cannot be explained. It can only be experienced, and the koan is the skillful means by which this experience becomes possible." Chen sat with this teaching, and even as he sat, he could feel the old habits of mind trying to reassert themselves, trying to turn this experience into a concept, trying to grasp and hold and preserve what he had touched. But now he recognized this grasping for what it was, the gate reassembling itself, the barrier reforming. "Will I lose this?" he asked Mumon. "Will I forget what I have seen?" "You will forget and remember many times," Mumon said honestly. "This is not a permanent state you have achieved. It is a recognition that must be renewed again and again. The gateless gate must be passed through not once, but constantly, in each moment. Each time you notice you are caught in concepts, in seeking, in the belief that something is missing in that moment, you are before the gate again. And in that moment, you must remember, there is no gate. Stop seeking and pass through. Stop trying to understand and know directly. Stop grasping and receive what is already being given. The teaching of the gateless gate is one of the most profound and frustrating in the Zen tradition. It points to something that cannot be pointed to, describes something that cannot be described, teaches something that cannot be taught. It is the koan of koans, the paradox that contains all paradoxes. As you rest here now, feel how this teaching applies to sleep itself. You are trying to pass through the gate of wakefulness into sleep. But the trying is the barrier. The seeking for sleep is what prevents sleep from coming. The gate is gateless. There is no actual threshold to cross, no moment when you are awake and then suddenly asleep. There is only the letting go of the one who is trying to sleep, the dissolution of the seeker into the sought. You cannot make yourself sleep. You cannot force your way through. Every strategy you devise, every technique you try, becomes another form of the gate, another barrier between you and the rest you seek. But when you stop trying, when you exhaust yourself with the impossibility of it all, when you finally give up on controlling and managing and making sleep happen, there it is. You were never actually separate from it. The gate was gateless all along. The Zen teaching, as Master Linji said, is radical. If you meet the Buddha, kill the Buddha. If you meet sleep as something to be achieved, something outside yourself that you must attain, kill that concept. Sleep is not something you do. It is something that happens when you stop doing, when you pass through the gateless gate of not trying, when you recognize that what you were seeking was already here, waiting not to be found, but to be allowed. Rest now not by trying to rest, but by allowing the trying to exhaust itself, to dissolve, to reveal that there was never any barrier except the one the mind created. The gateless gate stands before you. Pass through by recognizing there is nothing to pass through. Enter by seeing you were never outside. Sleep by stopping the one who's trying to sleep. This makes no sense. Exactly. Now you are ready. The gate is open because it was never closed. You are already through because you were never stopped. Sleep now in this impossible, paradoxical, perfectly obvious truth. There is nowhere to go because you are already here. There is nothing to achieve because you already are. The gateless gate welcomes you by having never excluded you. Pass through by standing still. Enter by never leaving. Rest by finally stopping the search for rest and recognizing it was always here. You were always here. There is only here, only now, only this gateless, boundless, infinite present moment that requires nothing of you except that you stop and be and rest in what you already are. From the monastery where the gateless gate opens to those who stop seeking, we descend now to the seashore, where waves lap against weathered boats and the smell of salt and fish hangs in the morning air. The sun is already warm, though it is not yet midday, and the beach is dotted with fishermen preparing their nets, mending their boats, going about the ancient rhythms of life lived in relationship with the sea. One particular fisherman sits in his small boat, which is pulled up onto the sand far enough that the tide will not take it. He is not young, his face is weathered by decades of sun and wind, his hands calloused from rope and net and oar. But neither is he working. His nets lie beside him, and while other fishermen are already heading out to the fishing grounds, he reclines in his boat, his hat pulled low over his eyes, apparently napping in the warmth of the morning sun. A shadow falls across him, and he pushes his hat back to see who has approached. Standing above him is a man in expensive robes, clearly a merchant of some wealth, with the well-fed look of someone who has never missed a meal, and the restless energy of someone who is always calculating, always planning, always seeking the next opportunity. The merchant looks down at the fisherman with a mixture of confusion and something like pity. "Why aren't you fishing?" the merchant asks, his tone suggesting that this is an obvious question, with an obvious answer that the fisherman is somehow missing. The fisherman considers the question with the unhurried thoughtfulness of someone who has time, who is not rushing anywhere, who measures moments not by their productivity, but by their quality. "Why should I be fishing?" he asks in return. The merchant seems taken aback by this response. It is so obvious to him that he struggles to articulate it, like trying to explain why water is wet. To catch fish, of course, he says, as if this should be self-evident. And why should I catch fish? The fisherman asks, genuine curiosity in his voice, as if he truly wants to understand the merchant's logic. The merchant's impatience is growing, but he controls it, speaking slowly as one might to a simple person who needs things explained very carefully. To sell them, naturally, to take them to market and exchange them for money. Ah, says the fisherman, and why should I want money? The merchant can hardly believe he is having this conversation. To buy a bigger boat, to purchase better nets, to hire workers to help you. And why would I want a bigger boat and workers? The fisherman asks, still reclining comfortably in his small boat. So you can catch more fish, the merchant exclaims, his voice rising slightly with frustration. And why should I catch more fish? To sell them for more money. And why do I need more money? The merchant takes a deep breath, trying to maintain his patience with this obviously dim-witted fisherman who cannot grasp basic economic logic. With more money, you could buy multiple boats, you could build a fleet, you could expand your operation, employ dozens of fishermen, dominate the market in this region. And then, the fisherman asks mildly, and then you would be wealthy. You could buy properties, invest in other businesses, expand into other regions. You could build an empire of commerce. And then, the fisherman persists. The merchant pauses, slightly confused by the question. And then you would be successful, wealthy, powerful. You could have anything you want. And then, the fisherman asks again, and there is something in his repetition, something in his calm insistence on following this logic to its conclusion that begins to unsettle the merchant. And then, the merchant says, slower now, thinking it through. And then you could retire. You could relax. You could enjoy your wealth. You could spend your days in comfort, doing whatever you please. You could, he trails off, beginning to see where this is going. I could spend my mornings, the fisherman says gently, napping in my boat on the beach. The merchant opens his mouth, then closes it. He looks at the fisherman, really looks at him for the first time, at his relaxed posture, his peaceful face, his complete contentment with this simple moment in the morning sun. And he sees, with a kind of dawning horror mixed with recognition, that the fisherman has already arrived at the destination the merchant is racing toward, has already achieved what the merchant is sacrificing his present to obtain in the future. The fisherman is doing now what the merchant dreams of doing someday. The fisherman has what the merchant is working so hard to get, and the terrible irony is that the merchant's proposed path, decades of struggle, of expansion, of building and accumulating and achieving, would lead right back to this moment, this boat, this morning, this simple enjoyment of rest and sun and the sound of waves on shore. The silence stretches between them, broken only by the cry of seagulls and the distant sound of other fishermen calling to each other. Finally, the merchant speaks, and his voice has lost its certainty, its conviction. But you could have so much more, he says, though now it sounds less like advice and more like a question he is asking himself. The fisherman sits up slightly, no longer pretending to nap, and regards the merchant with eyes that hold a deep kindness, a compassion for someone who is trapped in a maze of his own making. Could I? He asks. Tell me, what more could I have? I have enough fish to feed my family and trade for what we need. I have a boat that works. I have nets that catch fish. I have mornings like this one, where I can rest in the sun and feel the warmth on my skin and listen to the sea and be grateful for this life. What more is there? Security, the merchant says. Certainty about the future. Wealth that would protect you from hardship. Security? The fisherman echoes. You mean the security of having so much that you are afraid every day of losing it? The security of needing to guard your wealth? To worry about thieves and competitors and market changes? The security of having built something so large and complex that 1,000 things could go wrong at any moment? That kind of security? The merchant has no response to this. I have a different kind of security, the fisherman continues. The security of knowing that my needs are simple and easily met. The the security of skills that are mine. No one can take away my knowledge of the sea, my ability to fish, my capacity to repair nets and read weather and navigate by stars. The security of having so little that there is almost nothing to lose. The Buddha once taught, the fisherman says, and yes, this simple fisherman knows the Buddha's teachings, because wisdom does not require education or wealth or status. That health is the greatest gift, contentment, the greatest wealth, faithfulness, the best relationship. The fisherman gestures to himself, to his boat, to the sea before them. I am healthy, this work keeps my body strong. I am content. I have what I need and want what I have. I am faithful to my family, to my craft, to this life exactly as it is. In your terms, I may look poor, but by the Buddha's measure, I am wealthy beyond calculation. The merchant feels something cracking inside him, some structure of belief and assumption that has guided his entire life beginning to fracture. He has spent 40 years building his business empire. He has accumulated wealth, properties, influence. He has sacrificed leisure for labor, presence for planning, today for tomorrow. And all of it, he suddenly sees, has been built on the assumption that someday, after enough accumulation, after enough achievement, he would finally be able to rest, to enjoy, to simply be present for his life. But someday never comes. There is always one more deal to close, one more property to acquire, one more competitor to outmaneuver. The destination keeps receding, always just over the next horizon, just after the next achievement, just beyond the next accumulation. And here is this fisherman, this supposedly simple, uneducated man who has somehow figured out what the merchant, for all his cleverness and success, has missed. That the rest you seek is available now. That contentment is not a destination you arrive at after sufficient achievement, but a choice you make in this moment. That the good life is not something you build toward, but something you live right now, with what you have, exactly as things are. But what if there is a bad season? The merchant asks, grasping for the logic that has always made sense to him. What if fish become scarce? What if you get sick or injured? Wouldn't it be wise to accumulate more while you can, to protect yourself against these possibilities? The fisherman nods, acknowledging the validity of the question. These things could happen, he agrees, and if fish becomes scarce, I will fish harder or find other work. If I get sick, my family and neighbors will help, as I have helped them. If times become difficult, I will live simply and wait for them to improve. Your way of protecting against future hardship is to sacrifice present joy. My way is to trust that the same resourcefulness and community that sustains me now will sustain me then. But that's risk, the merchant protests. That's uncertainty. Yes, the fisherman agrees easily. It is. But tell me, are you certain? With all your wealth and planning, are you certain about the future? Could you not lose everything in a fire, a flood, a war, a market collapse? Could you not fall ill despite all your wealth? Could you not die tomorrow, having spent your entire life preparing for a future that never came? The merchant has no answer because, of course, the fisherman is right. There is no certainty, no amount of wealth or planning or accumulation that can guarantee the future. The merchant's vast empire, for all its apparent security, is just as vulnerable to the vagaries of fate as the fisherman's simple boat. The difference between us, the fisherman says gently, is not that one of us has security and the other does not. The difference is that I have accepted the uncertainty of life and you are still fighting against it. I have made peace with not knowing what tomorrow brings, and so I am free to fully inhabit today. You are still trying to control the future, and so you sacrifice the present, the only time you actually have to pursue an illusion of control over what has not yet happened and may never happen. The fisherman lies back down in his boat, adjusting his hat over his eyes again. You should try this, he says, just for an hour. Stop planning, stop calculating, stop trying to optimize and maximize and achieve. Just lie here in the sun and feel it warming your skin. Listen to the waves, notice the breeze. Be here now, with nothing to accomplish, nowhere to go, nothing to become. Just this. Just rest. The merchant looks at the fisherman, at the other boats being launched, at the beach and the sea, and the morning unfolding around him. and something in him wants desperately to accept this invitation, to lie down in the sand and rest, to stop the endless calculating and planning that has consumed his life. But another part of him, the part that has driven him to success, the part that measures worth by accumulation, the part that cannot stop moving toward the next goal, rebels against this. "I can't," he says, and there is genuine anguish in his voice. "I have meetings. I have deals to finalize. I have a business to run. I don't have time to rest." The fisherman pushes his hat back one more time to look at the merchant, and his eyes hold a deep sadness, a recognition of suffering that comes from seeing someone imprisoned by their own success. "Then you are poorer than I am," the fisherman says quietly. "I can rest whenever I choose. But you, with all your wealth, cannot afford the luxury of a single hour of peace. Tell me who is really the rich man here, and who is the poor one?" The merchant stands there for a long moment, and you can see the struggle on his face, the desire to stay and the compulsion to go, the recognition of truth and the resistance to it, the glimpse of another way of being, and the fear of letting go of the familiar way, even if the familiar way is suffering. Finally, he turns and walks away, back toward the town, back toward his meetings and deals and the endless accumulation that has defined his life. But as he walks, something has shifted. The fisherman's words have planted a seed, a question that will not be easily dismissed. What am I racing toward? And what am I racing away from? The fisherman watches him go, then settles back into his rest. He will fish later when the sun is lower and the fish are biting. Or perhaps he will fish tomorrow. Either way, there will be enough. There is always enough when your needs are simple, and your contentment comes not from having more, but from wanting what you have. As you rest here now, feel the wisdom of the fisherman settling into your awareness. What are you still striving for? What future rest are you working toward that you could choose right now? What accumulation of circumstances are you waiting for before you allow yourself to simply be here, simply be at peace, simply rest in this moment that is already complete? The rest you seek, the deep, peaceful rest that the merchant dreams of and the fisherman embodies, is not something you earn through sufficient achievement. It is not a reward for completing your to-do list or solving all your problems or fixing everything that seems broken. It is a choice available in this moment, this breath, this simple surrender to what is. You are already in your boat. The sun is already shining. The waves are already lapping at the shore. The only question is, will you lie down and rest? Or will you keep planning for some future rest that will never arrive because you will always find another reason to postpone it, another achievement that must come first, another condition that must be met? The fisherman knows what the merchant has forgotten. The good life is not someday, it is now. The rest you seek is not in the future, it is here. The peace you are working toward is already present, waiting only for you to stop working long enough to notice it, to receive it, to sink into it, like sinking into warm sand, into the embrace of this moment that asks nothing of you except that you finally stop running and simply rest in one eye. It already is, which is enough, which was always enough, which will always be enough if you can only stop long enough to see it. Rest now, fisherman. Your boat is pulled safely onto shore. The morning sun is warm. The sea sings its ancient song. There is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to achieve, no future moment that will be better than this one for resting. Lie down in your boat, pull your hat over your eyes, and discover what the simple fisherman knows. The destination you have been seeking is here. You have already arrived. The rest you were working toward is available now, this moment, this breath, this perfect, complete, utterly sufficient present. That is the only wealth that truly matters. From the fisherman's boat, where we learned that the destination is here, we climb now through mountain paths to a temple beside a still pond, where one of the most profound and beautiful teachings in all of Zen Buddhism was first expressed. The air is cool with approaching evening, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden, slanting, making everything it touches seem luminous, significant, worthy of attention. This is the temple where Master Dogen lived and taught in 13th century Japan. Dogen was different from many Zen masters. He was scholarly, precise, poetic. Where some teachers spoke in paradox and struck students with sticks, Dogen wrote with extraordinary care and beauty about the nature of practice, of enlightenment, of being. His writings are considered some of the most profound in all of Buddhist literature, dense with meaning, layered with insight, demanding careful attention and revealing new depths with each reading. But tonight, we come to him not through his voluminous writings, but through a single teaching, expressed in a single image that he witnessed beside a pond, very much like the one before us now. It is evening, and Dogen stands at the edge of the pond, watching the day fade into night. The pond is perfectly still. No wind disturbs its surface. No fish rise to break the glassy smoothness. The water reflects the sky so perfectly that it is difficult to tell where water ends and sky begins. It is like looking into a window that shows another world, or perhaps shows this world more clearly than we usually see it. The moon is rising full and luminous, painting the landscape in shades of silver and shadow. And as it rises, its reflection appears in the pond, perfect and complete. The moon in the sky and the moon in the water. Two moons, identical, one above and one below, separated by the illusory boundary of the pond's surface. A student approaches Dogen, seeing him standing in contemplation. The student has been struggling with a question that many seekers struggle with. Is enlightenment real, or is it illusion? Is it something that actually exists, or is it just a concept, a mental construct that we chase but never actually touch? And if it is real, how can something eternal and unchanging exist in a world where everything is impermanent and constantly changing? The student is about to voice this question when Dogen speaks first, still looking at the pond, at the moon's reflection on its surface. "Look," Dogen says simply, and the student looks. They stand together in silence, watching the perfect reflection. The moon in the sky is bright, clear, unchanging in its presence. The moon in the water is equally bright, equally clear, equally present, and yet they are not the same. One is the actual moon, and one is a reflection. One would exist whether the pond was there or not, and one exists only because the pond is there to reflect it. Is the moon in the water real? Dogen asks. The student considers this carefully. It is clearly a teaching question, and there must be a right answer. "It is not real," the student finally says. "It is only a reflection, an image. The real moon is in the sky." Dogen is silent for a moment, then stoops and picks up a small pebble from the pond's edge. Without warning, he tosses it into the water, near where the moon's reflection glows most brightly. The pebble strikes the surface with a soft plop, and ripples spread out in concentric circles. The moon's reflection shatters, fragmenting into 1,000 pieces of light that dance and shimmer across the moving water. For a moment, there is no longer one moon in the water but many moons, scattered, broken, moving independently across the rippled surface. The student watches, fascinated and confused, waiting to see what this demonstration means. Slowly, as the ripples fade and the water returns to stillness, the moon's reflection reforms. The scattered fragments come back together. The dancing lights coalesce. And there, as perfect as before, as whole as before, is the moon's reflection, unbroken, complete, as if nothing had disturbed it. The water was disturbed, Dogen says quietly, his voice carrying the weight of profound teaching. The reflection was shattered into 1,000 pieces. And yet, tell me, was the moon in the sky affected? Did the real moon break when its reflection was disturbed? The student looks up at the moon, hanging serene and whole in the darkening sky, completely unchanged by what happened to its reflection below. No, the student says, the moon was not affected at all. It continued shining as it always does, whether the water was still or disturbed, whether the reflection was whole or broken. Exactly, Dogen says, and now he turns to face the student directly. Enlightenment is like the moon reflected on the water. The moon does not get wet, nor is the water broken. The moon is vast. It can fill the entire sky, yet it can be reflected in a single dewdrop. The whole moon and the entire sky can be reflected in a single drop of water hanging from a blade of grass. The student listens, beginning to understand but not yet fully grasping the depth of what is being taught. Your question, Dogen continues, was whether enlightenment is real or illusion. This question comes from thinking that enlightenment is either one thing or another, either real or not real, either existing or not existing. But this is dualistic thinking, the same thinking that separates the moon from its reflection, that insists one must be real and the other false. Dogen gestures back to the pond, where the moon's reflection has now fully reformed, perfect and whole. Is this reflection real? He asks again. The student hesitates, sensing that the previous answer was incomplete. It is and it isn't, the student tries. Look more carefully, Dogen instructs. When you see the moon in the water, are you seeing something? Can you deny that there is seeing happening, that there is an image present, that there is light reflecting off the surface? No, the student admits. Something is clearly there. I can see it. So in that sense, it is real, Dogen says. The reflection is a real reflection. It is not nothing. It is not absence. It is something that actually exists, that actually appears, that can be seen and experienced. But, Dogen continues, the reflection is not the moon itself. The moon is in the sky, 93 million miles away. The reflection is right here, on the surface of the water. The moon would exist whether this pond existed or not, whether there was water to reflect it or not. The reflection exists only because of the pond, only because of the water's stillness, only because of conditions coming together in a particular way. The student nods, following this logic. And when I threw the pebble, Dogen says, the reflection shattered. For a moment, it was broken into many pieces. But the moon, did the moon care? Did the moon suffer? Did the moon experience any change at all? No, the student says with certainty. This, Dogen says, his voice soft but carrying tremendous authority, is the relationship between enlightenment and our experience of it. Enlightenment is like the moon, vast, complete, unchanging, always present whether we are aware of it or not. Our experience of enlightenment is like the reflection it appears when conditions are right. It can be disturbed by the ripples of thought and emotion. It can seem to shatter and scatter and disappear. But the enlightenment itself, the moon itself, is never affected by any of this. The teaching is beginning to penetrate, beginning to settle into the student's understanding, like moonlight settling onto water. You ask if enlightenment is real or illusion, Dogen continues. But this question assumes a separation that does not exist. The reflection is not separate from the moon. It is the moon's light, the moon's presence, manifesting in a particular place and time. But neither is the reflection identical to the moon. You cannot touch the moon by touching the water, cannot reach the moon by grasping at its reflection. Dogen pauses, letting this sink in, then continues with one of the most beautiful passages in all of Zen teaching. Enlightenment is like the moon reflected on the water. The moon does not get wet, nor is the water broken. Although its light is wide and great, the moon is reflected even in a puddle, an inch wide. The whole moon and the entire sky are reflected in dewdrops on the grass, or even in one drop of water. Enlightenment does not divide you, just as the moon does not break the water. You cannot hinder enlightenment, just as a drop of water does not hinder the moon in the sky. The student stands very still, feeling these words working on something deep in the mind, deeper than intellectual understanding, touching something essential. This is why, Dogen says, we sit in meditation not to achieve enlightenment, but to manifest it, to allow it to reflect in the still water of our awareness. When the mind is still like this pond, when there is no wind, no disturbance, enlightenment reflects perfectly, completely, naturally. You do not create this reflection through effort. You cannot make the moon appear in the water. You can only create the conditions for the reflection to appear, and the main condition is stillness. But Master, the student asks, pointing to the spot where the pebble disturbed the water, what about when the mind is not still? What about when thoughts arise, when emotions disturb the surface? Does enlightenment disappear? Dogen smiles, the gentle smile of a teacher who has led the student to exactly the right question. Did you see what happened when I threw the pebble? He asks. The reflection seemed to shatter, yes. But did it actually disappear? No, it fragmented, it scattered. But the moon's light was still there, dancing on every ripple. And when the ripples settled, the reflection reformed, perfect and whole, as if it had never been disturbed. So enlightenment is not destroyed by thoughts, the student asks. How could it be? Dogen responds. The moon is not affected by what happens to its reflection. Your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences, these are like ripples on the water. They can disturb the perfect reflection, can make enlightenment seem scattered or fragmented or distant, but they cannot actually touch enlightenment itself, cannot damage it or destroy it or make it go away. The student feels something relaxing, some deep tension about needing to achieve something, to reach some distant shore, to become someone different than who they are. This is why, Dogen continues, I teach that practice and enlightenment are not two separate things. Practice is not a means to achieve enlightenment. Practice is the manifestation of enlightenment, the reflection appearing in the water, the moon's light expressing itself in this particular time and place. When you sit in zazen, Dogen explains, referring to seated meditation, you are not sitting in order to become enlightened in the future. You are sitting as the expression of the enlightenment that is always already present. You are the pond becoming still, allowing the moon to reflect clearly. But the moon was always there, always shining, always complete, whether the water was still or disturbed. The student looks again at the pond, at the moon's perfect reflection, and something shifts in perception. Before, there had been the moon and the reflection, separate things to be related to each other. But now, seeing them together, seeing how they are neither one nor two, neither identical nor separate, the student begins to glimpse what Dogen is pointing to. Master, the student says slowly, if enlightenment is always present like the moon in the sky, and our practice is like the water becoming still to reflect it, then are we ever actually separate from enlightenment? Is there ever a time when we are not enlightened? Dogen's eyes light up with recognition. The student has understood. Never, Dogen says firmly. You have never been separate from enlightenment, just as the water is never separate from the moon's light falling upon it. The only question is whether the water is still enough for the reflection to be clear. But even when the water is turbulent, even when the reflection is scattered and broken, the moon's light is still there, still touching the water, still present. This is the great mistake, Dogen continues, his voice taking on the passion of someone correcting a fundamental misunderstanding. To think of enlightenment as something you lack, something you must acquire, somewhere else, sometime in the future after sufficient practice. This way of thinking creates the very separation it seeks to overcome. It makes you like someone standing in water, looking for water, unable to find it because you are looking for something other than what you are already in. The student laughs suddenly, a laugh of recognition and release. So, all my seeking, all my striving to become enlightened, has been like the water trying to reach the moon, Dogen finishes. Unnecessary, impossible. Based on a misunderstanding of what the moon is, where it is, how it relates to the water. The water does not need to reach the moon. The moon is already reflecting in the water, already present, already here. They stand together in silence, watching the moon and its reflection, and the silence is full of understanding, of recognition, of the simple presence of what has always been there, waiting to be noticed. There is one more thing, Dogen says after a while. Notice that the depth of the reflection matches the depth of the water. In a shallow puddle, you see a shallow reflection. In a deep pond like this one, you see a deep reflection. In a dewdrop, you see the reflection compressed into a tiny space, but still complete, still whole, still containing the entire moon. What does this mean? The student asks. It means, Dogen says, that enlightenment expresses itself according to the capacity of the being expressing it. In a great master, the reflection is deep and clear. In a beginner, it may be shallow or disturbed. But both are complete reflections. Both are the moon's light. Both are enlightenment manifesting in the conditions available to it. You are not lacking enlightenment, Dogen emphasizes. You are simply a particular depth of water with particular conditions, with particular ripples and disturbances. And the moon reflects in you exactly as you are, completely, perfectly, holding nothing back. The question is not how to acquire enlightenment, but how to recognize the enlightenment that is already reflecting in the water of your awareness. As you rest here now, feel this teaching settling into you like moonlight settling onto still water. You are not separate from peace, from wholeness, from the deep rest you seek. These are not things you must achieve, not destinations you must reach, not states you must create through sufficient effort. They are already present, already here, already reflecting in the water of your awareness. Like the moon in the pond, they are here whether you notice them or not, whether your mind is still or disturbed, whether you feel deserving or undeserving. The moon does not judge the water, it simply reflects, completely, perfectly, holding nothing back. Your thoughts may disturb the reflection, may scatter it into 1,000 pieces. But the piece itself, the moon itself, is never touched, never broken, never diminished. And when the thoughts settle, when the ripples fade, when you simply stop and become still, the reflection reforms, perfect and whole, as if it had never been disturbed. You are already enlightened. You are already whole. You are already at peace. Not in some distant future after you have fixed everything wrong with yourself, but right now, in this moment, exactly as you are. The only question is whether you can become still enough to see the reflection, to recognize what has always been here, to rest in the moon that is already shining in the water of your being. Let the ripples settle, let the water become still, and see there it is, there it has always been. There it will always be, the moon of your true nature, perfect and complete, reflected in the still water of this moment, this breath, this peaceful presence that asks nothing of you, except that you recognize it, receive it, rest in it like water receive I, in moonlight, like earth receiving rain, like home receiving the one who was never actually lost but only thought they were, only believed they were separate from what they had always been, what they would always be, the moon and the water, the light and the reflection, the peace and the one seeking. Peace, never two, never separate, always already whole. From the temple pond where Dogen showed us that enlightenment reflects in the water of our awareness, we walk now through darkness to a different kind of teaching, one that comes not from a famous master, but from a humble servant, from someone who would never be remembered in the chronicles of Zen history, except for one extraordinary encounter that revealed the nature of inner light. The night is deep now, the kind of darkness that only exists far from cities, far from the artificial lights that have colonized the modern world. In this darkness, in a small village in ancient Japan, the streets are truly dark. No street lamps, no electric glow, just the occasional paper lantern casting a small circle of warm light into the surrounding blackness. It is late, well past the hour when respectable people are in their homes, when shops are closed and shuttered, when the village settles into the stillness that comes before dawn. But there is one person still making his rounds, the night watchman, whose job is to walk the streets through the dark hours, watching for fire, for thieves, for any disturbance that might threaten the sleeping village. This particular night watchman is unusual. In one respect, he is blind, has been blind since birth, has never seen the sun or moon or stars, has never seen the faces of his family or the colors of the seasons or the expressions on people's faces. His world is one of sound and touch and smell, of memory and imagination, of darkness that is not the absence of light, because he has never known light but simply the way things are. Despite his blindness, or perhaps because of it, he is an excellent night watchman. His hearing is acute, capable of detecting footsteps at remarkable distances, of distinguishing between the sound of a cat prowling and a thief creeping. His sense of smell tells him which shops he is passing, which families are cooking, what foods, whether smoke is from a hearth or from something burning that should not be. His memory of the village layout is perfect, every street and alley and doorway mapped in his mind with absolute precision. And every night, as he makes his rounds, he carries a lantern. This lantern is lit, its paper sides glowing softly, its candle burning steadily inside, creating a bubble of light that moves with him through the darkness. To someone watching from a window, the lantern appears as a floating light, drifting along the streets, marking the watchman's progress through the sleeping village. On this particular night, a stranger is walking through the village, a merchant returning late from business in the next town, cutting through this village on his way home. He is sighted, and he relies on the moonlight to find his way. Though the moon is only a sliver and provides little illumination, he moves carefully, occasionally stumbling on uneven ground, his eyes straining to make out the path ahead. As he walks, he sees the night watchman approaching from the opposite direction, the lantern bobbing gently with each step. At first, the merchant thinks nothing of it, just the night watchman making his rounds. But as they draw closer and the light from the lantern illuminates the watchman's face, the merchant sees something that stops him in his tracks. The watchman's eyes are clearly sightless, clouded, unfocused, staring at nothing because there is nothing for them to see. This man is blind, completely blind, and yet he carries a lantern. The merchant, like many people faced with something that does not make immediate sense, assumes there must be a mistake, some misunderstanding. Perhaps the man is not really blind, but no, as they pass each other, the watchman's lack of sight is unmistakable. The merchant cannot help himself. His curiosity, mixed with something like incredulity, compels him to speak. "Excuse me," he calls out, and the watchman stops, turns toward the voice with the practiced precision of someone who has spent a lifetime navigating by sound. "Yes," the watchman replies, his voice friendly, patient. "Forgive me for asking," the merchant says, trying to be polite but unable to hide his confusion. "But I noticed that that is, you cannot see. You are blind." "Yes," the watchman confirms simply. "I am blind. I have been since birth." "Then why?" the merchant asks, gesturing to the lantern, even though the watchman cannot see the gesture. "Why do you carry a lantern? What use is light to someone who cannot see it?" The question hangs in the night air, and for a moment the watchman is silent. Then, and you can hear the smile in his voice, he speaks. "The lantern is not for me," he says. The merchant waits for more, but the watchman seems to consider this explanation complete. Finally, the merchant prompts, "Then who is it for?" "For you," the watchman says. "For everyone else who walks these streets at night. You see, I don't need light to find my way. I know these streets better than most sighted people ever will. Every stone, every step, every turn is mapped in my memory. I could walk this entire village with perfect confidence in absolute darkness." He pauses, and when he continues, his voice carries a depth of understanding that goes beyond the simple facts he is stating. "But you need light. Other people need light. Without this lantern, someone might stumble into me in the darkness. They might trip over me, might hurt themselves or me. They might be frightened by a figure suddenly appearing from the shadows. So I carry this light not to illuminate my own path, which I can find without it, but to illuminate yours. I carry it so that you can see me, so that you won't stumble into me, so that we can share these streets safely together." The merchant stands very still, feeling something shifting in his understanding. What he had assumed was absurd. A blind man carrying a lantern suddenly reveals itself as something else entirely. Not absurdity, but compassion. Not foolishness, but wisdom. "But," the merchant says, still processing this, "that seems like such effort for you. Carrying the lantern, maintaining the oil, lighting it each night. You could walk more easily without it. Why burden yourself with something that serves only others and not yourself?" The watchman tilts his head slightly, considering the question as if it were genuinely puzzling. "Why do you think it is a burden?" he asks. "The lantern weighs almost nothing. The oil costs little. The few moments to light it each evening are nothing compared to the hours I walk. But the benefit is great, not just for others, but for me." "How so?" the merchant asks, genuinely curious now. "When I carry the lantern," the watchman explains, "people see me coming. They step aside, they call out greetings, they acknowledge my presence. Without the lantern, I am invisible in the darkness, or rather, I am a surprise, a sudden encounter that startles people. With the lantern, I am seen. I am recognized. I am treated as a fellow human being sharing the night, rather than an obstacle to be avoided or a surprise to be feared." The watchman shifts the lantern slightly in his hand, and the light dances across the street. "And there is something else," he continues, his voice softer now, more intimate. "When I carry this light, I am contributing something. I am not just a blind man who needs help, who must be accommodated, who is defined by what I cannot do. I am someone who gives light to others, who helps them find their way, who makes their journey safer. The Buddha taught that no one saves us but ourselves. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. But he also taught that we can light the path for each other, that we can carry light even through our own darkness. The merchant feels something catching in his throat, some emotion he cannot quite name. He had approached this encounter with pity for the blind watchman, with a kind of condescension wrapped in politeness. But now he sees that he was the one who could not see, the one stumbling in darkness, the one who needed the light. You see, the watchman continues, and there is something profound in his choice of words, in a blind man speaking of seeing. We all carry light. Every one of us has something to offer, some way of illuminating the path for others. For me, it is this literal lantern, this physical light, but everyone carries light in their own way, through kindness, through presence, through simply being who they are with honesty and care. The darkness you fear, the watchman says, I live in every day. Not the darkness of night, which comes and goes, but the darkness of sightlessness, which is constant. And I have learned that darkness is not the enemy. Darkness is simply the absence of one kind of light, the light that eyes can see. But there are other kinds of light. He taps his chest with his free hand. There is the inner light, the awareness, the presence, the consciousness that exists whether eyes can see or not. This light cannot be extinguished by darkness because it is not dependent on external illumination. It shines whether the sun is up or down, whether the eyes are open or closed, whether one can see or cannot see. The merchant listens, and he feels the watchman's words illuminating something in him, some darkness he had not known was there, some lack of sight he had not recognized because he had been so focused on the fact that his eyes worked, that he could see the physical world, that he had what this blind man lacked. But now he really sees that perhaps the watchman has something he lacks, some kind of sight that goes deeper than the eyes, some kind of light that illuminates more than the path ahead. I carry this lantern, the watchman says, his voice taking on the quality of teaching, of sharing something precious, not because I need to see, but because I need to be seen. Not because I need light, but because I choose to be light. The physical light of the lantern is small. It illuminates only a few feet in any direction. But the light of the choice to carry it, the light of the compassion that motivates it, the light of the recognition that we are all walking through darkness together and we can help each other, that light is vast. That light illuminates everything. The watchman begins to walk again, the lantern swinging gently with his steps, and the merchant falls into step beside him, drawn by something he does not fully understand, not wanting this encounter to end just yet. The Buddha taught, the watchman says as they walk together, that we should be lamps unto ourselves, that we should find our own light, our own path, our own truth. But I think he also meant that in being a lamp unto ourselves, we become a lamp unto others. The light that helps us find our way naturally spills over to help others find theirs. They walk in silence for a while, the lantern casting its gentle glow on the street ahead, and the merchant notices things he had not noticed before, how the light reveals not just obstacles but also beauty, how it catches on dewdrops and makes them sparkle, how it creates dancing shadows that make the familiar world seem mysterious and alive. Can I ask you something? The merchant says finally. Do you ever feel angry about your blindness? Do you ever rage against the unfairness of it, the limitations it places on you? The watchman considers this seriously. Yes, he says honestly. Sometimes. When I was younger, I was often angry. I would think about all the things I could not do, all the experiences I would never have, all the ways my life was smaller than it might have been if I could see. What changed? The merchant asks. I realized, the watchman says, that anger at my blindness was like carrying a lantern that illuminated only what was missing, only what was wrong, only what I lacked. It was a light that created darkness rather than dispelling it. So I decided to carry a different kind of light, one that illuminated what I had rather than what I lacked, what I could do rather than what I could not do, what I could give rather than what I could not receive. This lantern, he says, lifting it slightly, is a symbol of that choice. Every night when I light it, I am choosing to be a source of light rather than a monument to darkness. I am choosing to illuminate the path for others rather than to sit in my own darkness lamenting that I cannot see it myself. They have reached the edge of the village now, the point where the merchant will continue on his own path and the watchman will turn back to continue his rounds. They stop, and in the lantern's light, the merchant can see the watchman's face clearly. The sightless eyes, yes, but also the peaceful expression, the slight smile. The quality of someone who has found something precious, not despite their difficulties, but somehow through them. "Thank you," the merchant says, and he means it more deeply than he has perhaps ever meant those words before. "Thank you for the light, both kinds." The watchman bows slightly. "May your path be clear," he says, "and may you find your own light to carry, whatever form it takes. We all have light within us. The question is never whether we have it. The question is only whether we will let it shine, whether we will carry it forth even through our own darkness, whether we will use it to illuminate not just our own path, but the paths of those we meet along the way." The merchant bows in return and walks on into the darkness, but he finds that the darkness seems less dark now, less threatening. He understands that the watchman's light illuminated not just the physical street, but something deeper, some truth about how we all walk through darkness of one kind or another, how we all carry limitations and losses and lacks, but how we can choose to be defined not by what we cannot do, but by what we choose to do anyway, not by the darkness we experience, but by the light we choose to carry. As you rest here now, feel this teaching settling into your awareness like lantern light settling onto a dark street. What light are you carrying? Not for yourself, you know your own path. You can navigate your own darkness through familiarity and practice and the accumulation of experience. But what light are you carrying for others? What illumination do you offer simply by being who you are, by showing up, by being present even in your own darkness? You may think you have nothing to offer, that your own struggles disqualify you from helping others, that you must first solve all your own problems before you can be of service. But the watchman teaches otherwise. He carries light precisely because he walks in darkness, offers illumination precisely because he knows what it is to need it, helps others find their way precisely because he has had to learn his own way without the benefit of sight. Your struggles are not disqualifications. They are your qualifications. Your darkness is not your shame. It is your teacher. Your limitations are not your failures. They are your opportunities to discover what light you carry that does not depend on having everything, being everything, seeing everything. The watchman cannot see, and yet he is light. You cannot solve everything, fix everything, be everything, and yet you are light. The question is not whether you have light to offer. The question is only whether you will light the lantern, whether you will carry it forth, whether you will let it shine, not to illuminate your own path, which you already know, but to illuminate the path for others who are stumbling in their own darkness, who need to see you coming, who need the reassurance that they are not alone in the night. Rest now in this recognition you are already light. Your presence is already illumination. Your simple act of being here, of continuing, of walking your path even through darkness, is already a lantern being carried through the night. You need not wait until you can see everything clearly. You need not delay until all your own darkness is resolved. Light the lantern now, carry it now. Be the light that helps others see, and discover that in lighting the way for others, you illuminate your own path more surely than you ever could, by focusing only on your own seeing, your own knowing, your own light. The night watchman walks on, his lantern swinging gently, his footsteps sure, his presence a gift to everyone who shares the darkness with him. And so do you, walking through your own night, carrying your own light, sure in your own way, a gift to all who encounter you. Rest now in that truth. You are the lantern. You are the light. You are enough, exactly as you are, to illuminate the darkness, not just for yourself, but for everyone you meet. Close your eyes and rest in that light, that inner radiance that needs no external sun, that shines whether you can see it or not, that illuminates everything simply by being what it is. your own true nature, bright and clear and constant, a lamp in the darkness, a light in the night, a beacon calling, G, everyone home. From the night watchman's lantern that illuminates paths in darkness, we come now to the final teaching, the story that completes the circle and returns us to where we began. Though we are not the same as when we started, just as the path that returns you home is not the same path you walked when you left, even if your feet touch the same stones. This is the story of return, of completion, of discovering that the journey was never about arriving somewhere else, but about recognizing where you have always been. It is perhaps the most important teaching in all of Zen, and also the simplest, so simple that it can be easy to miss, like searching for your glasses while they sit on your head, like looking everywhere for keys that are already in your hand. There was once a monk, let us call him Kenzo, which means wise and healthy, who had spent 30 years in dedicated practice. 30 years of rising before dawn to sit in meditation, 30 years of studying koans, of working in the monastery garden, of serving tea and sweeping floors and doing all the humble tasks that make up monastic life. 30 years of seeking enlightenment with the fierce dedication of someone who believes it is the most important thing in the world, which perhaps it is, or perhaps it isn't, depending on how you understand what enlightenment means. Kenzo had studied under several masters. He had memorized sutras and could recite them flawlessly. He had experienced moments of deep peace, of profound insight, of what seemed like glimpses of the truth the ancestors spoke about. But he had never felt that he had truly arrived, truly completed the journey, truly achieved the breakthrough that would allow him to say, yes, now I understand, now I am enlightened, now the seeking can stop. And so, after 30 years, he approached his current master, an old man who had taught Kenzo for the past decade, with a question that had been building in him for months, maybe years. "Master," Kenzo said, bowing deeply, "I have practiced for 30 years. I have sat countless hours in meditation. I have contemplated koans until my mind ached. I have worked diligently at every task. I have tried to be mindful, to be present, to see clearly. And yet I still feel that something is missing. I still feel that I have not truly understood. When will I finally achieve enlightenment? What more must I do?" The master looked at him for a long moment, and in that look was something that Kenzo could not quite read. Was it sadness, amusement, compassion? All three perhaps, mixed together in the way that emotions mix in someone who has seen the same question, asked in 1,000 different ways by 1,000 different seekers, all asking fundamentally the same thing: when will I finally be enough? When will I finally arrive? When will the journey finally be over? The master stood. He was quite old, and standing took effort and walked to a corner of his room where several tools leaned against the wall. He picked up an axe, its handle worn smooth by decades of use, and handed it to Kenzo. Then he picked up 2 wooden buckets and handed those to Kenzo as well. "Chop wood," the master said simply. "Carry water." Kenzo took the tools, confused. "Master, I have chopped wood and carried water for 30 years. These are the most basic tasks in the monastery. I am asking you about enlightenment, about the culmination of practice, about the deepest truths of existence. And you tell me to do the same tasks I did on my first day here?" The master smiled, and in that smile was the entire teaching, though Kenzo could not yet see it. "Yes," the master said. "Chop wood. Carry water. Go now." Kenzo wanted to protest, wanted to explain that the master had misunderstood his question, wanted to ask again in a clearer way. But he had been a student long enough to know that when a master gives an instruction, you follow it, especially when it makes no sense. And so he took the axe and the buckets and went out to the woodpile. The wood was stacked neatly, as it always was, waiting to be split for the monastery's fires. Kenzo set down the buckets, lifted the axe, positioned a log on the chopping block, and swung. The axe bit into the wood, and the log split cleanly in 2. The familiar sound, the familiar vibration travelling up his arms, the familiar satisfaction of a clean split. He had done this thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. How many logs had he split in 30 years? How many times had the axe fallen, the wood parted, the pieces been stacked for burning? He positioned another log and swung again. Split. Another log. Split. The rhythm of it, the simple repetition, the physical work that required just enough attention to be mindful, but not so much that it consumed all thought. And as he chopped, something began to shift in Kenzo's awareness. He had asked the master about enlightenment, as if it was something separate from chopping wood, something more important, more elevated, more special. He had been seeking some dramatic breakthrough, some cosmic realization, some experience so profound and different from ordinary life that it would mark a clear before and after, a definitive transition from unenlightened to enlightened. But here he was, 30 years later, doing the same thing he had done on his first day, chopping wood. The axe rising and falling, the wood splitting, his body moving in the ancient rhythm of work that humans have done since humans existed. Before enlightenment, chop wood. After enlightenment, chop wood. The old saying arose in his mind, one he had heard countless times but never really understood. He had always thought it meant that even after enlightenment you still had to do mundane tasks, that enlightenment didn't exempt you from ordinary life, and that was part of it, yes. But as he continued chopping, as the pile of split wood grew beside him, he began to see something deeper. The wood was the same wood before and after. The axe was the same axe. The chopping was the same chopping. What changed was not the activity, but the one doing it. Or rather, what changed was the relationship to the activity, the quality of presence brought to it, the recognition of what was actually happening in each moment of chopping. Before his seeking began, Kenzo had chopped wood simply and directly. He was a young man chopping wood, nothing more. But then he had learned that he should seek enlightenment, that there was something more to attain, some higher state to achieve. And from that moment on, chopping wood became just chopping wood. Just, in the diminishing sense, merely chopping wood, only chopping wood, the mundane task you had to do before you could get to the real practice, the important work, the seeking of enlightenment. For 30 years, he had been chopping wood while thinking about something else, while trying to be somewhere else, while seeking something other than what was actually happening in the moment of chopping. The wood had been split by a body that was there, but a mind that was elsewhere, always seeking, always dissatisfied with this moment. Because surely enlightenment must be in the next moment, or the next, or the one after that. But what if, and this thought landed like the axe landing on wood, splitting something open. What if enlightenment was not something other than this? What if it was not a different state to achieve, but a different way of being in this state? What if the chopping itself, done with complete presence, with full attention, with total acceptance of this being what is happening now, was enlightenment? He swung the axe again, and this time he was completely there for it. The weight of the axe, the arc of its swing, the moment of impact, the sound of splitting, the two halves falling away, all of it experienced directly, immediately, without the overlay of judgment or comparison or seeking. Just this, just chopping, just wood splitting, just the moment, complete in itself, not leading anywhere, not preparing for anything, not working towards some future state. Just this eternal present moment, which is the only moment that actually exists, the only moment that has ever existed. Tears began to run down Kenzo's face, though he could not have said if they were tears of joy or sorrow or both at once. Joy at recognizing what had always been here. Sorrow at the 30 years spent seeking what he already had, running from the present moment in pursuit of some imagined future moment that would finally be enough. He finished splitting the wood pile, each log split now with complete presence, complete attention, complete recognition that this splitting was itself the enlightenment he had been seeking. Then he picked up the buckets and walked to the well. The well was in the monastery courtyard, as it had always been. The same well he had drawn from thousands of times. The rope, the pulley, the bucket descending into darkness, the splash as it hit water, the weight as it filled, the steady pulling to bring it up again. He lowered the bucket and heard it hit water far below. How many times had he heard that sound? How many buckets had he pulled up, heavy with water, their weight straining his arms and shoulders? How many times had he poured that water into carrying buckets and walked with them to the kitchen, to the bathhouse, to wherever water was needed? Before enlightenment, carry water. After enlightenment, carry water. He pulled the bucket up, poured it into his carrying buckets, and felt the weight settle. The wooden yoke across his shoulders, the buckets hanging balanced on either side, the water sloshing slightly as he began to walk. He had learned long ago how to walk, so the water didn't spill a particular smooth gait, a steadiness, an evenness of movement. And as he walked, carrying water as he had carried it for 30 years, he understood something that made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. This was it. This was what he had been seeking. Not some mystical experience, not some cosmic consciousness, not some permanent state of bliss or transcendence. Just this, carrying water with complete presence, being fully here for the weight of the buckets, the strain in the shoulders, the careful placement of each foot, the small adjustments to keep balanced, the sound of water against wood, the coolness of a drop that splashed onto his hand. The Buddha had taught this. All the masters had taught this. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Not as a technique to achieve something else, but as the recognition of what already is. The present moment is not a stepping stone to some future moment when you will finally be enlightened. The present moment is enlightenment itself, when you are fully present for it, fully alive to it, fully here rather than somewhere else in your mind. Kenzo delivered the water to the kitchen, where it was received with a nod and immediately put to use. Then he returned to his master's room. The master was exactly where he had been, sitting in the same position, as if he had not moved at all while Kenzo had been gone. Perhaps he had been sitting there all along, waiting, knowing what Kenzo would discover, what all seekers eventually discover if they persist long enough. Kenzo set down the axe and buckets and bowed deeply, more deeply than he had ever bowed before. A bow that came from genuine recognition and gratitude rather than from obligation or form. "Master," he said, and his voice was different now, lighter, freer, touched with something that might have been humor at the cosmic joke of it all. "I have been chopping wood and carrying water for 30 years, seeking enlightenment. And now I discover that chopping wood and carrying water is enlightenment, was enlightenment, has always been enlightenment. I have been seeking what I already had. I have been running from the very place I was trying to reach." The master nodded. "And what has changed?" he asked. Kenzo considered this. "Nothing has changed," he said slowly. "The wood is still wood. The water is still water. The chopping and carrying are the same activities. My body is the same body. The monastery is the same monastery. And yet," the master prompted. "And yet everything has changed," Kenzo said. "Because before, I was doing these things while being elsewhere, while seeking something else, while believing that this moment was not enough, that I was not enough, that something was missing. And now I am just here. Chopping is just chopping. Carrying is just carrying. This moment is just this moment. Nothing more needed, nothing lacking, nothing to achieve. Just this, just exactly this." The master smiled, and it was the smile of recognition, of welcoming someone home who had been wandering far away. "Before enlightenment," the master said, reciting the old teaching, "chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment," Kenzo completed, understanding it now in a way he never had before, "chop wood, carry water. The activities are the same," the master explained, though Kenzo no longer needed the explanation, was already living the understanding. What changes is not what you do, but how you do it. Before, you were doing these things while seeking something else, while believing that enlightenment was somewhere else, some other time, some other state. After, you do these same things with complete presence, complete acceptance, complete recognition that this chopping, this carrying, this moment exactly as it is all there is, all there has ever been, all there will ever be. And it is enough. It is completely, perfectly enough. Kenzo sat with this, And as he sat, he felt something releasing that he had been carrying for 30 years, the burden of seeking, the weight of believing he was not enough, the exhaustion of always trying to be somewhere other than where he was. "I have been running in circles," he said, "and I have arrived exactly where I started, except I'm not the same. Or maybe I am the same, but I finally recognize it. I don't know how to say it." "You don't need to say it," the master replied. "You just need to live it. Continue chopping wood. Continue carrying water. But now do it with eyes open, with heart present, with complete recognition that this is not preparation for enlightenment. This is enlightenment. This is all there is. This is everything." There is a famous Zen saying, "Before enlightenment, mountains are mountains and rivers are rivers." During the seeking, mountains are no longer mountains and rivers are no longer rivers. After enlightenment, mountains are once again mountains and rivers are once again rivers. Kenzo had lived this teaching. When he first arrived at the monastery, everything was simple and direct. Wood was wood, water was water, chopping was chopping. But then he learned to seek enlightenment, and everything became symbolic. Everything became a means to an end. Everything became not enough because it was not enlightenment. Mountains were no longer just mountains. They were obstacles to overcome, or symbols to contemplate, or backdrops for meditation. Rivers were no longer just rivers. They were metaphors for change, or examples of flow, or subjects for philosophical discussion. But now, after 30 years of seeking, after the simple act of chopping wood and carrying water with complete presence, mountains were once again just mountains. Rivers were once again just rivers. Wood was wood. Water was water. Chopping was chopping. But this simplicity was not the same as the beginning simplicity. This was simplicity on the other side of complexity, directness on the other side of seeking, presence achieved through the exhaustion of absence. "Go now," the master said gently. "There is more wood to chop, more water to carry, more moments to be fully present for. You have not reached the end of the path. You have realized there was no path, no destination, no journey except the journey of being fully here for each step. Go and live this understanding, not as achievement, but as recognition, not as something you have gained, but as something you have finally stopped losing." Kenzo bowed again and left the master's room. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink and purple. The same sunset he had seen thousands of times before, but now he was seeing it, really seeing it, not as a distraction from practice or a beautiful backdrop to his seeking, but as just this sunset, just this light, just this moment of color and beauty happening for no reason other than that it is happening, perfect and complete in itself, requiring not hing from him, except his presence, his witnessing, his simple participation in the fact of being alive to see it. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water, watch the sunset. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water, watch the sunset. Same activities, same life, same moments, but completely transformed by the recognition that all of this, exactly as it is what you were seeking. You were already home. You were never lost. The journey was only necessary to bring you back to recognizing what was always already here. As you rest here now, completing this journey of 15 stories, feel how this final teaching returns you to where you began. You came seeking rest, seeking peace, seeking sleep. And through these stories, through empty cups and falling waterfalls, through tigers and strawberries, through monks and stones and bamboo and dust, through gateless gates and moon reflections and fishermen and night watchmen, you have traveled far. But where have you arrived? Right here, right now. In this bed, in this body, in this moment, the same place you started. Except now, perhaps, you recognize that this place, this moment, the simple act of lying here breathing, is not preparation for rest, it is rest. It is not seeking sleep. It is the ground from which sleep arises when you finally stop seeking it. Before enlightenment, try to sleep. After enlightenment, just rest. The activities are the same lying here, breathing, being present. But the quality is transformed. Before, you were trying to sleep, seeking sleep, working towards sleep, frustrated by not sleeping. After, you are simply here, simply breathing, simply being, and sleep comes or doesn't come. And either way, you are at peace because you have finally recognized that peace is not something to achieve, but something to recognize that was always here, waiting beneath all your seeking, all your trying, all your believing that this moment was not enough. You have chopped wood. You have carried water. You have walked the path of 15 teachings. And you have arrived exactly where you started, but you are not the same. Or perhaps you are the same, but you finally recognize it. You are already home. You were never lost. The journey was complete before it began. Rest now, not as achievement, but as recognition. Not as something you earned, but as something you finally stopped denying. Rest in the simple truth that this moment is enough, that you are enough, that there is nowhere else to be and nothing else to do except be here, breathing, present, alive to this moment that is already complete, already perfect, already home. The wood is chopped, the water is carried, the 15 lanterns have been lit along the path, and you are already where you were always meant to be, right here, right now, dissolving into rest, dissolving into sleep, dissolving into the recognition that you were never separate from the peace you sought, never distant from the home you were seeking, never lost except in the dream that you needed to find something you already had. Before reading these stories, seeking sleep. After reading these stories, just sleeping, same bed, same you, same night, but completely transformed by recognition. Welcome home. You have arrived. You are always here. Now close your eyes and rest in that truth, complete and whole and perfectly, impossibly, beautifully home.